Hey everyone, tonight we're descending into darkness beneath the most famous monument on Earth. Or rather, we're exploring what lies beneath it. What hides below the geometry we see. What waits in chambers that were sealed before history began recording itself. Before civilizations learned to write their own stories. Before anyone thought to document who built these impossible structures. Or why they built them. Or what they intended the monuments to accomplish beyond the obvious functions. We assume tomb, temple, testament, to power, all of which might be true, but which might also be insufficient, might be partial, might be the surface explanation that conceals deeper purposes, stranger intentions, mysteries that reveal themselves only to those willing to descend, to explore, to accept that beneath the measured geometry of the pyramid's visible form lies unmeasured territory, uncharted depth, the hidden chambers that this night's journey will explore. Before we begin, take a moment to settle completely. Adjust your position so that every part of you is supported. Let your pillow cradle your head at just the right angle. Feel the weight of blankets creating gentle pressure, creating the cocoon of comfort that sleep requires. Notice your breath, don't change it, just notice it. The slow in, the gentle out, the patient rhythm that will carry you through this story, and into sleep, into rest, into the territories where consciousness goes, when consciousness releases its hold on waking, on alertness, on the need to understand everything, to solve everything, to make sense of mysteries that might be more valuable as mysteries than as solved puzzles, as understood phenomena, as explained experiences. Tonight, we're going beneath the Great Pyramid of Giza, beneath the monument that has stood for 4 to 5 centuries, beneath the structure that was already ancient when Herodotus visited it, that was already mysterious when Napoleon stood in its shadow, that remains even now despite centuries of study, despite generations of archaeology, despite all our technological advances in measuring and mapping, and understanding remains still mysterious, still inexplicable, still impossible to fully comprehend or completely explain. We know its dimensions, can measure its angles, can calculate the precision of its construction, can document the sophistication of its internal architecture. But knowing these things does not mean we understand why these particular dimensions were chosen, why these specific angles matter, why precision was so important to whoever built this, why they invested such enormous effort into creating something that appears to be tomb, but which might be something else entirely. something stranger, something that our categories of understanding tomb, temple, monument cannot adequately describe, cannot fully contain, cannot make comprehensible, because the pyramid was perhaps built according to purposes that transcend the purposes we normally assign to architecture, to construction, to the monuments that civilizations build. And beneath this already mysterious structure lie more mysteries, chambers that were hidden, passages that were sealed, spaces that exist below the measured, mapped, documented portions of the pyramid, that extend into depths that archaeology has only begun to explore, that continue into darkness that no modern light has fully illuminated, that descend into territories where the familiar rules of physics, of architecture, of how matter behaves, and how reality functions, where these rules seem to bend, to alter, to become suggestions rather than laws in the depths beneath the pyramid, where tonight's journey takes us. If you find value in these explorations, if these journeys into historical mystery help you find rest, feel free to like this video or subscribe to the channel, but only if it feels natural, only if it serves you. This space exists without obligation, without pressure, without any requirement, except that you allow yourself to rest, to drift, to be carried by wonder into the gentle darkness where sleep waits, where consciousness goes when it releases waking, where you can travel tonight through chambers beneath pyramids, through passages that descend beyond measure, through the hidden territories that wait below. And if you're moved to connect, leave a comment telling us what time it is where you are, what darkness you're resting in tonight, what part of the world you're listening from as we gather across continents and time zones, across the vast geography that separates us, gather together in this quiet moment to explore the same mysteries, to descend into the same depths, to discover together what lies beneath the pyramid's measured geometry, beneath its famous form, beneath the surface that everyone sees to find the hidden chambers that only some discover, that only some explore, that wait in darkness for consciousness willing to descend, willing to question, willing to accept that the most famous monument on earth still holds secrets, still conceals mysteries, still guards in its depths what it has guarded for millennia. The chambers will explore tonight. The passages will follow. The depths will descend into together. Pause. The Great Pyramid was old before Rome was founded, was ancient before Greece achieved its golden age, was already a mystery to the Egyptians of later dynasties who looked at it and wondered, as we wonder how it was built, why it was built, what its builders knew that we have forgotten, what understanding they possessed that we have lost, what purposes they encoded in stone that continues standing, continues waiting, continues guarding its secrets in the depths that lie below its visible form. Modern archaeology has mapped portions of what lies beneath, has discovered chambers, has found passages, has documented spaces that exist below the bedrock that the pyramid rests upon, that extend into the plateau itself, that suggest the monument we see above ground might be only half of the structure, the visible half, the measured half, the portion that stands in light, while below, in darkness, in the sealed and hidden spaces, the pyramid continues, descends, reaches down as far as it reaches up, making it not just monument rising towards sky, but also monument descending into earth, creating connection between above and below, between the celestial and the subterranean, between the realms of light and the realms of darkness that the pyramid bridges, that it joins, that it makes continuous through architecture that exists in both directions, that builds toward heaven and toward underworld simultaneously. But some of what lies beneath remains unexplored, remains sealed, remains in the category of mystery that persists despite our technologies, despite our tools, despite our sophisticated instruments for seeing through stone, for mapping without entering, for knowing without opening. Some passages descend too steeply. Some chambers lie too deep. Some spaces are too dangerous to enter, or too sacred to disturb, or too mysterious to risk exploring, because what they contain might be too strange, too inexplicable, too reality-altering to be brought into the light of conventional understanding, into the categories of normal archaeology, into the comfortable frameworks we use to make ancient monuments comprehensible. Tonight, we'll descend into these spaces, into the passages that go beyond where ropes reach, into chambers that lie beyond where light penetrates, into the depths that remain mysterious, that resist explanation, that continue guarding what they guard in the darkness beneath the pyramid where we go now, where tonight's journey takes us, where mysteries wait that have waited for thousands of years for explorers willing to descend, willing to question, willing to discover what lies beneath the most famous monument on Earth. Let yourself relax completely now. Let your body become heavy. Let your thoughts begin to slow. Feel the gentle pull of sleep beginning, the the soft descent into rest that these stories facilitate, that mysteries enable, that the darkness welcomes. You don't need to follow every detail. Don't need to remember everything. The words will carry you regardless of how closely you listen, will guide you into sleep regardless of how much you comprehend, will take you into rest through the simple rhythm of voice, of story, of the patient exploration of mysteries that have no resolution, but which create the perfect current for consciousness to drift upon, to be carried by, to follow into the territories where waking ends and sleeping begins. The pyramid waits in darkness. The chambers extend below. And you can let go now. Let the descent begin. Let the journey carry you downward, deeper, into the hidden chambers beneath the pyramid's shadow, where mysteries wait, where darkness holds what light cannot reveal, where the depths preserve what the surface conceals. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Feel yourself beginning to descend. The exploration begins. The mysteries wait, and you can rest now, carried by wonder, cradled by questions, descending gently into the place where pyramids plant their roots, where monuments touch underworld, where the hidden chambers wait in darkness. Gently, peacefully, into depth, into mystery, into sleep, the pyramid receives you. The chambers open to you, and the darkness beneath it welcomes you softly, gently, peacefully, into the exploration that is also rest, the journey that is also sleep, the descent that carries you now into the hidden territories beneath the pyramid's shadow. Good night. Let's descend together. In 1924, an archaeologist whose name has been lost to time, or perhaps deliberately forgotten, perhaps stricken from records for reasons that will become clear, descended into a passage beneath the Great Pyramid that appeared on no maps, that violated every known schematic of the monument's construction, that should not have existed according to all documented knowledge of what lies beneath the monument's massive stone foundation. It is said that pyramids are solid structures, that they rise from bedrock that limits how deep foundations can go, that they rest upon the plateau's natural stone that defines their base, that what lies beneath is simply more plateau, more rock, the natural geology upon which these monuments were built, and which continues unchanged beneath them, making excavation below the pyramid's foundation unnecessary, impossible, pointless, because there is nothing below except the stone that the earth itself provided, that the plateau itself consists of, that extends downward into depths that are geological, rather than architectural, natural rather than constructed, unchanged by the pyramid's presence rather than incorporated into the pyramid's design. But this archaeologist found stairs, found carved steps, found worked stone descending at angles that should terminate quickly, that should end after a few meters, that should reach the limit where bedrock becomes too solid to carve, where natural stone becomes too dense to penetrate, where human tools, even the sophisticated tools that pyramid builders possessed, where these tools should meet their limit, should find stone too hard to shape, should be forced to stop, because further descent would require capabilities beyond what any ancient culture possessed, would require technologies that did not exist, would require understanding of excavation and tunneling that supposedly was not achieved until modern times, until our era, until centuries after the pyramids were built. But the stairs continued, descended past where they should stop, continued beyond where bedrock should prevent them, carved deeper into stone that should have been too hard, too dense, too solid to allow the kind of careful step cutting that these stairs showed, that these passages demonstrated, that this descent maintained through depths that grew increasingly impossible, increasingly inexplicable, increasingly mysterious the farther down the archaeologist went. He brought rope, 300 feet of it, strong rope, reliable rope, the kind of rope that climbers trust, that mountaineers use, that should be sufficient for any descent that a human might reasonably attempt, that should reach depths that are dangerous to exceed, that should mark the limit of safe exploration in passages that descend into earth, into darkness, into the territories below the surface where air becomes scarce, where orientation becomes uncertain, where the weight of stone pressing from all sides makes every meter of descent feel like descent, not just through space, but through the accumulating pressure of earth above, of weight above, of the massive stone monument and the plateau it rests upon, and all the cubic meters of rock that separate the depths you reach from the surface you left. The rope ran out. The stairs continued. The passage descended beyond where his rope reached, beyond where his preparation extended, beyond where his planning had anticipated, because no one expects passages beneath pyramids to go this deep, to continue this far, to descend beyond the 300 feet that seemed excessive when he was packing his equipment. That seemed like more than enough rope for exploring whatever he might find. proved insufficient when faced with stairs that descended past where his rope could follow, that continued into darkness below, where his final knot hung, marking the limit of his reach, the extent of his preparation, the boundary between what he explored and what remained unexplored in the depths that waited below. He descended until the rope ran out, then descended a bit farther, 20 feet perhaps, 30 feet, the distance he could climb back up without rope to guide him, without the security that rope provides when climbing in darkness, without the assurance that he could find his way back to the passage's beginning if he went too far, if he descended past the point where memory could guide return, where his sense of the stair's configuration could carry him back up through darkness to the light he had left at the passage's entrance. At this depth, the air changed, became heavier, became thick with the quality that air develops when it has been still for centuries, for millennia, when it has not moved or mixed or circulated, but has simply remained trapped in spaces that were sealed, that were closed, that were meant to remain undisturbed by the flowing, moving, living air that fills the upper world, that fills the surface, that makes the atmosphere we breathe feel light, feel fresh, feel alive in ways that this deep air did not feel, could not feel, refused to feel, because it had been here since the stairs were carved, since the passage was sealed, since whoever built this decided that what lay below should remain below, should stay hidden, should be protected from the upper world by barriers of stone and sealed entrances. And the simple fact of depth that makes these territories inaccessible to any except those determined enough to descend, equipped enough to reach, willing enough to risk what risk means in passages that go beyond where ropes reach, beyond where preparation extends, beyond where safety can be guaranteed. The archaeologist stood at the limit of his descent, held his lamp high, looked down into darkness that his light could not penetrate, could not illuminate, could barely touch with its weak glow that faded to nothing after a few meters, that disappeared into black, that was absolute, that was complete, that was the darkness of depths where no light has ever reached, where no illumination has ever penetrated, where the blackness is not absence of light, but is presence of something else, is the quality that darkness develops when it has been undisturbed for millennia, when it has had time to become more than simple lack of light, to become substantial, to become the thick blackness that presses against consciousness, that resists illumination, that makes lamplight feel weak, inadequate, insufficient to to the task of revealing what lies below. And from those depths, sound, not loud, not clear, but unmistakable, the sound of water, moving water, flowing water, water that should not exist this far beneath a desert monument, this deep under a plateau that groundwater does not reach, this far into territories where geology indicates that everything should be dry, should be desiccated, should be the absolute aridity that depth and desert combine to create. But water was flowing. The archaeologist heard it clearly, heard the unmistakable sound of streams, of currents, of water in motion somewhere below where he stood, somewhere beyond where his lamp could reach, somewhere in the depths that his rope had not been long enough to explore, that his preparation had not been adequate to investigate, that remained mysterious, remained unknown, remained in the category of heard but not seen, detected but not documented, real but not verified. He climbed back, ascended through darkness toward the distant point of light that marked the passage's entrance, that marked the boundary between the depths he had explored and the surface world he had left. Climbed carefully, counted stairs to maintain orientation, tested each step to ensure it was solid, was stable, was capable of bearing his weight as he ascended through the hundreds of feet he had descended, through the long, patient climb that took him from the depths where water flowed to the entrance, where light waited, where the familiar world resumed, where he emerged from darkness into the ordinary reality that felt suddenly strange after his time in depths, his descent into territories that should not exist, his exploration of passages that violated everything that was known about what lies beneath the pyramid. He reported what he found, described the stairs, documented the descent, testified to the water flowing in depths that water should not reach. But his report was filed away, was classified, was marked as requiring further investigation, but was never investigated further, was never followed up, was never pursued by the archaeological authorities who heard his testimony and decided for reasons that remain unclear, that remain undocumented, that remain part of the mystery, decided that this passage should not be explored further, that these depths should not be investigated, that what lies below the pyramid should remain below, should stay hidden, should be left to the darkness that has kept it secret for millennia. The archaeologist's name disappeared from records. His report was archived in collections that are not publicly accessible. The passage he found was sealed, deliberately sealed, carefully sealed, sealed with the kind of effort that suggests those who sealed it wanted to ensure it would not be opened again, would not be explored again, would not allow any future archaeologist to descend where he descended, to hear what he heard, to discover what lies in the depths beneath the pyramid where water flows and darkness is absolute. And the passage continues past where any rope can reach, past where any light can penetrate, past where any explorer has yet gone, but where tonight we imagine descending, where we consider what might lie in the depths that remain unexplored, where we wonder what the flowing water means, what the descending stairs reach, what waits in the darkness below the pyramid where passages go beyond measure, where depth exceeds calculation, where the monument's roots extend into territories that remain unknown, remain mysterious, remain sealed against exploration, but open to imagination, to wonder, to the questions that persistence in darkness, even when darkness refuses to answer, even when depths remain unexplored, even when the passage that descends beyond measure continues its descent somewhere below, somewhere hidden, somewhere waiting in the sealed darkness beneath the pyramid where water flows still, where stairs lead still, where the depths preserve what they have preserved for millennia, the mysteries that lie beyond where ropes reach, beyond where courage extends, beyond where knowledge goes in the passage that descends beyond measure, beneath the pyramid's massive stone foundation, among the pyramid's founding texts, carved in stone that has survived millennia, inscribed in temples that still stand, recorded in documents that scribes copied and recopied across centuries. Among all these records that name pharaohs and priests, that list overseers and officials, that document workers by the thousands, one name is conspicuously absent. It is said that great works require great minds, that monuments of this scale demand genius to conceive, brilliance to design, understanding that transcends the ordinary to achieve the extraordinary, that someone must have held in their consciousness the complete vision of what these pyramids would become, must have calculated the angles that make them geometrically perfect, must have solved the engineering problems that make them structurally sound, despite their impossible height, their massive weight, their precise alignment with celestial bodies that requires understanding of astronomy, of mathematics, of the relationships between earth and sky that make the pyramid's orientation significant, that make their positioning meaningful, that make them more than random monuments, and instead make them deliberate expressions of sophisticated knowledge, of complex understanding, of wisdom that someone possessed, that someone held, that someone used to design these structures that continue standing 4 to 5 centuries after they were completed. But that someone left no name, appears in no inscription, is mentioned in no text that has survived, exists in historical records only as absence, only as the gap where their name should be, only as the silence that surrounds their identity, even while their work remains undeniably present, undeniably real, undeniably evidence that someone with extraordinary capabilities designed what we see, calculated what we measure, planned what we document in the pyramids that stand as permanent testament to knowledge that we cannot attribute to any individual, to genius that we cannot assign to any person, to understanding that remains anonymous despite being monumentalized in stone. Historical records from the Old Kingdom are extensive. Name countless individuals. Document the bureaucracy that made these massive projects possible. List the officials who supervised construction, the priests who performed ceremonies, the workers who moved stones and mixed mortar and assembled the millions of blocks that form these structures. We know names of foremen, of scribes, of administrators at various levels, who contributed to the pyramid's construction in ways that were significant enough to be recorded, remembered, preserved in stone and papyrus across the millennia that separate their time from ours. But the architect remains unnamed. The mind that conceived the pyramid's proportions is unidentified. The consciousness that calculated these perfect angles has left no signature, no mark, no indication of whose understanding achieved what should have been impossible designing structures that modern engineers struggle to replicate, that contemporary architects study but cannot fully explain, that remain even now partially mysterious in how they accomplish what they accomplish, how they achieve the precision they demonstrate, how they embody the sophisticated knowledge they embody. This absence is not accident, is not oversight, is not the result of records being lost or names being forgotten through the natural decay that claims all documentation, all memory, all the accumulated knowledge that civilizations preserve until they don't preserve it, until fire or flood or conquest or simple time destroys what was saved, erases what was recorded, makes forgotten what was once known. No, this absence is different, is deliberate, is too complete to be chance. Every other significant role in the pyramid's construction is documented. Every other important position is named. Every other contributor whose work mattered is identified in records that have survived specifically because those records were considered important, were considered worth preserving, were carved in stone or copied carefully, or maintained across generations as essential documentation of who built these monuments, how they built them, what knowledge they used in building them. But the architect is absent from these records, is mentioned nowhere, exists only as the gap, the silence, the missing name that should be present, but is not present, that should be recorded, but is not recorded, that should be preserved, but is deliberately excluded from the preservation that extended to everyone else, that named everyone else, that documented everyone else, except the one person whose contribution was most essential, most significant, most worthy of remembrance, the architect whose understanding made everything else possible, whose knowledge enabled what workers executed, whose vision gave form to what stones expressed. Some scholars suggest the architect was the pharaoh himself, that Khufu whose pyramid this is, whose tomb it supposedly is, whose name is attached to it, that Khufu himself possessed the knowledge, conceived the design, calculated the proportions that make this structure what it is. This would explain the absence of a separate architect's name, would make the designer and the pharaoh the same person, would eliminate the need to record an architect because the monument already bears Khufu's name, already is attributed to him, already identifies him as the originating consciousness behind its construction. But this explanation feels insufficient. Pharaohs were many things: rulers, administrators, military leaders, religious authorities. But there is no evidence that any pharaoh possessed the specialized technical knowledge that pyramid design requires, the sophisticated mathematical understanding that these proportions demand, the engineering expertise that these structures demonstrate. Pharaohs could commission monuments, could command their construction, could provide resources and authority, and the political will that massive projects require. But designing structures this complex, calculating angles this precise, solving engineering problems this sophisticated, these capabilities require specialized knowledge, dedicated study, focused expertise that pharaohs occupied with ruling kingdoms, with managing bureaucracies, with conducting religious ceremonies and military campaigns that pharaohs would not have time to develop, would not have opportunity to acquire. would not possess unless they were somehow different from all other rulers, somehow specially gifted with technical understanding that transcended their political role, somehow capable of being both kings and architects in ways that no other monarch has ever achieved. Other scholars whisper different explanations, suggest that the architect's name was removed deliberately, was erased from records, was stricken from history not through accident, but through intention, through decision, through the choice to make them anonymous, to render them nameless, to ensure that their identity would not survive even though their work survived, would not be known even though their knowledge was demonstrated in every angle, every proportion, every precisely calculated element of the structure they designed. But why? Why would the civilization that built these monuments, that documented their construction so thoroughly, that preserved so many names, why would they deliberately erase the architect's identity? What purpose would such erasure serve? What would be gained by making anonymous the one person whose contribution was most significant, most essential, most worthy of being remembered? Perhaps the knowledge the architect possessed was considered too dangerous to attribute to any individual. Perhaps understanding that makes pyramids possible is understanding that should not be traced to specific consciousness, should not be associated with particular person, should not mark anyone as possessing capabilities that made them something other than human, something closer to divine, something that the established order could not accommodate, could not accept, could not allow to be documented, because documentation would grant them authority that would rival pharaohs, would challenge priests, would upset the hierarchies that civilization depends on, that power structures require, that make society function according to established patterns of authority, of command, of the relationships between rulers, and ruled that cannot survive if individuals possess knowledge that makes them equal or superior to those who are supposed to rule, who are meant to command, who derive their authority from divine sanction that architects with superior knowledge would implicitly challenge simply by possessing knowledge, simply by demonstrating capabilities, simply by being able to design what pharaohs could only commission. Or perhaps the architect requested anonymity. Perhaps they understood that their knowledge was too valuable to make them famous, too powerful to make them visible, too dangerous to associate with their name, because names make people findable, make them identifiable, make them subject to the attention of those who who would seek such knowledge, who would demand such understanding, who would do what those with power often do when confronted with those who possess something valuable, would take it, would extract it, would force the architect to serve purposes other than the purposes they chose, would make them build for different ends, for wrong reasons, for applications of knowledge that knowledge itself might resist, might refuse, might require the anonymity that protects it by making its source unfindable, unidentifiable, safe from those who would misuse what the architect understood, what their knowledge could accomplish, what their understanding could create. So the architect vanished, left only their work, left only the pyramid that stands as permanent expression of what they knew, what they understood, what they could calculate and design, and build into these perfect proportions, these precise angles, these sophisticated relationships between geometry and astronomy and mathematics that make the pyramid more than building, more than tomb, more than monument, and make it instead instrument, tool, expression of knowledge that transcends the practical, that enters the metaphysical, that suggests its architect understood things about reality, about consciousness, about the relationships between matter and energy and awareness that we still struggle to understand, that we still cannot fully grasp, that remain partially mysterious even now despite our advanced mathematics, despite our sophisticated instruments, despite all our tools for measuring and analyzing and understanding what these pyramids are, what they do, what they accomplish beyond being tombs, beyond being monuments, beyond being the obvious functions we assign them. The architect remains nameless. Their identity remains mystery. And perhaps that mystery is appropriate. Perhaps anonymity is proper. Perhaps some knowledge is too important to trace to individuals. Some understanding too valuable to attribute to persons. Some wisdom too profound to assign to names that would make it seem like individual achievement rather than collective wisdom. Personal capability rather than transmitted knowledge. Singular genius rather than the accumulated understanding that civilizations develop, that cultures maintain, that humanity possesses, but which specific individuals channel, express, bring into material form through work that is simultaneously theirs and not theirs, individual and collective, personal and universal, in ways that anonymity preserves, that namelessness maintains, that the missing name protects by refusing to let knowledge be reduced to biography, understanding be limited to personality, wisdom be contained by identity. The pyramid stands, architect is absent, and in that absence lives perhaps the deepest teaching that some achievements transcend the achievers, that some creations outlast their creators, not just in duration, but in significance, that monuments matter more than the minds that conceived them, when monuments express understanding that belongs to consciousness itself rather than to the particular consciousness that gave it form, that made it visible, that built it into stone in the pyramid that stands nameless, authorless, expressing knowledge that no name contains, understanding that no identity limits, wisdom that the missing architect preserved by vanishing, by becoming anonymous, by leaving only their work and taking with them into eternal silence their name, their identity, their person in the absence that protects what presence might endanger, in the namelessness that preserves what names might limit, in the silence where the architect remains forever unknown, forever mysterious, forever absent from records that preserve everyone else, but which leave this one gap, this one silence, this one missing name where the architect should be, but is not, protecting through absence what presence could not protect, preserving through silence what speech could not preserve, keeping safe through anonymity what identity would endanger the knowledge that designed pyramids, the understanding that calculated perfection, the wisdom that remains in stone even when the architect who held that wisdom has vanished into the eternal anonymity that protects what it protects by making unfindable the source, unidentifiable the origin, nameless the architect who left no name, deep within the pyramid past the grand gallery, beyond the king's chamber, through passages that most visitors never see lies a room whose existence appears in no tourist literature, whose location appears on no public maps, whose very presence remains debated among Egyptologists who cannot agree whether it should be called chamber or merely cavity, deliberate architecture, or accidental void. It is said that ceilings are limits, that they mark the boundary between interior and exterior, between the protected space that architecture creates and the world beyond that space, that ceilings do what ceilings do contain, protect, separate, define the upper boundary of habitable volume, the limit beyond which rooms do not extend, beyond which architecture does not continue, beyond which lies the mass of stone or earth or sky that ceilings keep out, that they hold back, that they prevent from entering the spaces that humans occupy, that consciousness inhabits, that life requires to be protected from the weight above, from the pressure above, from everything that would crush interior space if ceilings did not hold it back, did not bear the weight, did not perform their function of separation, of protection, of maintaining the difference between inside and outside, between safe space and dangerous space, between volume that consciousness can occupy and mass that would eliminate that volume, that would collapse it, that would make interior and exterior identical by destroying the boundary that makes them different. But this chamber's ceiling performs differently, functions otherwise, serves purposes that ordinary ceilings do not serve, because this ceiling does not merely limit space, it inverts perception, does not simply cap the room, it transforms orientation, does not just separate inside from outside, it confuses which is which, blurs the boundary, makes uncertain whether observers stand on floor looking up at ceiling or hang from ceiling looking down at floor, whether the room extends above them or below them, whether they occupy space that is chamber or space that is inverted chamber, room or anteroom, architecture, or its opposite in ways that make standing in this chamber feel like standing nowhere, like occupying impossible position, like being simultaneously right side up and upside down in space that refuses to declare which direction is up, which direction is down, which orientation is correct. The ceiling is carved with stars. This itself is not unusual. Many Egyptian chambers bear astronomical decorations. Many temples show celestial patterns. Many tombs display the heavens as Egyptians understood them, as their cosmology conceived them, as their beliefs about death and afterlife. And the soul's journey required them to be depicted stars as destinations, constellations as pathways, the sky as map showing the route that consciousness travels when consciousness leaves body, when death frees awareness, when the soul begins its journey through the territories that Egyptian theology detailed, that their beliefs described, that their funerary texts documented with the precision that suggests they considered these descriptions not metaphorical, but literal, not symbolic, but actual, not poetic representations, but accurate maps of territories that consciousness traverses after death, that awareness explores when awareness is no longer bound to flesh, that souls navigate when souls are released from the limitations that embodiment imposes. But this chamber's stars are carved inverted, are shown reversed, are depicted as they would appear from beneath the earth rather than above it, from below the horizon rather than above it, from the underworld's perspective rather than the living world's perspective, making them not sky stars, but earth stars, not celestial bodies, but subterranean equivalents, not the astronomy of surface, but the astronomy of depths, the reversed cosmology, the inverted heaven that exists below rather than above, that mirrors the familiar sky, but mirrors it backwards, upside down, in the configuration that stars would show if you could look at them from underneath, if you could view them from positions below where they shine, if you could observe from the underworld the patterns that surface dwellers see from the world above. Researchers standing in this chamber report disorientation, report vertigo, report the profound unsettling of seeing familiar patterns inverted, of recognizing constellations that are backwards, of identifying stars that are upside down. The mind struggles with this. Consciousness resists. Understanding rebels against the inversion because we know which way stars should be oriented, know which direction constellations should face, know the correct configuration even if we are not astronomers, even if we cannot name the stars we see, even if our knowledge is limited to the general sense that stars belong in sky, that sky is above, that above means up rather than down, means overhead rather than underfoot, means the direction we look when we look at stars rather than the opposite direction, rather than down, rather than into earth where stars should not be, where heaven should not exist, where the inverted ceiling should not show what it shows. But perhaps the inversion is the point. Perhaps confusion is intentional. Perhaps this chamber was designed specifically to disorient, to confuse, to make uncertain which direction is which, because the chamber serves as threshold, as transition, as the space where travelers between worlds must accept that the familiar categories up and down, above and below, sky and earth, must accept that these categories are less absolute than we assume, less fixed than we believe, less reliable than orientation usually feels when orientation operates in normal spaces, in rooms that do not invert, in architecture that respects the distinctions that make sense depend on, that make understanding possible, that make consciousness confident about where it is, what it sees, which direction it faces. The chamber exists at a junction. Multiple passages meet here. Corridors arrive from different directions. Routes converge, making this space simultaneously destination and departure point, place you arrive and place you leave from, chamber that that is goal and chamber that is beginning depending on which passage you follow, which direction you travel, which journey you undertake through the pyramid's internal geography that this chamber connects, that these converging passages make central, that this confusing space makes meaningful precisely through being confusing, precisely through refusing clear orientation, precisely through making visitors uncertain whether they stand on floor or ceiling, whether they look up or down, whether they perceive correctly or perceive inverted in ways that prepare them for journeys that require surrendering certainty, for passages that demand accepting disorientation, for transitions that transform consciousness by first confusing consciousness, by making it uncertain, by destroying its confidence in basic categories like up and down, like floor and ceiling, like the distinctions that this chamber's inverted stars dissolve, blur, make questionable in the space where travelers must pass if they continue deeper into the pyramid, if they explore beyond the familiar territories, if they venture into the passages that lead from this chamber to chambers beyond, to spaces deeper, to territories where inversion might be normal, where confusion might be clarity, where the inverted stars correctly orient those who understand that understanding requires first an understanding, requires surrendering the certainties that make ordinary consciousness confident, but which make extraordinary consciousness impossible, which prevent the kind of awareness that inverted stars prepare for, that disorientation enables, that this chamber cultivates in travelers who stand on its floor or its ceiling impossible to know which, and look at stars that shine from wrong direction, that glow from impossible positions, that demonstrate through their inversion that in territories beyond this threshold, the rules that govern ordinary space no longer govern. The laws that make surface world sensible no longer apply. The certainties that make normal consciousness function must be surrendered if travelers hope to continue, hope to understand, hope to perceive correctly what lies beyond this chamber where stars are inverted, where orientation fails, where up and down lose meaning in preparation for territories where such distinctions never had meaning, where consciousness operates according to different principles, where awareness functions in modes that surface dwellers cannot access, cannot understand, cannot even imagine until they stand in this chamber and feel themselves inverted, feel their certainty dissolve, feel their orientation fail as they look at stars that should not be where they are, that that should not shine from the direction they shine from, that should not be carved on ceilings that might be floors or floors, that might be ceilings in the chamber where inversion teaches, where confusion prepares, where disorientation becomes the first lesson in the curriculum of mysteries that the pyramid's depths preserve, that its passages protect, that its chambers teach to those who enter willing to be confused, willing to be disoriented, willing to surrender certainty in the chamber of inverted stars, where heaven and underworld meet, where above and below blur, where consciousness learns to exist without the orientations it depends on, without the certainties it requires, without the distinctions that make sense, but which must dissolve if travelers hope to continue beyond this threshold, beyond this chamber, beyond this junction, where inverted stars shine from impossible directions, teaching what they teach, that orientation is optional, that certainty is obstacle, that confusion is the doorway to territories beyond confusion, beyond certainty, beyond orientation in the chamber where stars are inverted and travelers are transformed. And the journey continues into depths where inverted becomes normal, where confusion becomes clarity, where the lessons of inverted stars prepare consciousness for what comes next in passages beyond this chamber, in territories beyond this threshold, in the depths where the pyramid's true mysteries wait for those who learned from inverted stars. What inverted stars teach, that understanding requires first an understanding, that seeing correctly requires first seeing incorrectly, that wisdom begins with confusion in the chamber where stars shine backwards, where ceilings might be floors, where the only certainty is uncertainty in the space that inverts, that transforms, that prepares in the chamber of inverted stars, along certain corridors in the pyramid's lesser known, passages, routes that connect chambers rarely visited, that link spaces seldom explored, inscriptions run in sequences that make no sense when read in the expected direction, that produce only confusion when approached as texts normally are approached, that resist translation when scholars attempt to decode them using conventional methods, using established hieroglyphic knowledge, using the understanding of ancient Egyptian language that has allowed all other pyramid texts to be read, to be translated, to yield their meanings to patient study and careful analysis. It is said that writing flows in one direction, that texts begin and proceed toward endings, that language moves forward from first word to last word, from initial concept to final conclusion, from the starting point where communication commences to the terminal point where communication completes its work of conveying meaning, of transmitting understanding, of accomplishing whatever purpose the text serves instructing, describing, commanding, commemorating, whatever function language performs when language is written rather than spoken, preserved rather than ephemeral, carved in stone rather than vibrating in air where sound dissipates, where speech ends as soon as it is spoken, where communication exists only in the moment of its utterance, rather than persisting across time as writing persists, as inscriptions persist, as texts carved in pyramid corridors persist across millennia to be read by scholars who come later, who study carefully, who apply their knowledge of language and grammar and the conventions of hieroglyphic writing to extract meaning, to understand messages, to recover what ancient scribes carved, intending future readers to receive, to comprehend, to be informed by or instructed by or transformed by depending on what the texts say, what their messages convey, what their inscriptions preserve. But these texts, the ones in these particular corridors, the ones that run along these specific walls, these texts do not yield meaning when read forward, do not make sense when approached beginning toned, do not produce coherent messages when translated using the normal direction, the expected sequence, the conventional movement from start to finish that all other hieroglyphic texts follow, that all other pyramid inscriptions use, that makes reading possible, makes translation achievable, makes ancient Egyptian writing readable to modern scholars who have decoded the language, who understand its grammar, who can extract meaning from symbols that were carved thousands of years ago, but which remain comprehensible because language follows rules, because grammar creates structure, because writing systems maintain consistency that makes texts written in one era readable in another era, that makes messages carved in antiquity accessible to scholars in modernity, that bridges the vast temporal gap separating writers from readers through the persistence of language, through the endurance of grammar, through the survival of texts that continue saying what they say regardless of how much time passes between their carving and their reading. But these texts say nothing when read forward, produce only meaningless sequences of symbols when approached conventionally, generate confusion rather than comprehension when scholars apply standard translation methods, when they attempt to extract meaning by reading from beginning to end, when they try to understand messages by moving through them in the direction that all other texts move, that all other inscriptions use. That should work here as it works everywhere else in pyramid texts, in temple inscriptions, in all the accumulated body of ancient Egyptian writing that scholars have successfully translated, that modern understanding has successfully decoded, that historical research has successfully rendered comprehensible, until someone attempted reading them backwards, not just right to left instead of left to right. Ancient Egyptian can be written in either direction, and scholars know how to handle both, but backwards through time. Reading endings first, reading conclusions before premises, reading final passages before initial passages, reading the texts as if time flows in reverse, as if narratives complete before they begin, as if understanding arrives before information is presented, as if whoever carved these inscriptions conceived of time differently, experienced duration differently, understood past and future not as sequence, but as simultaneity, not as progression, but as eternal present, where all moments exist together, where conclusions and beginnings are equally accessible, where reading from end to start is as natural as reading from start to end, because both directions exist simultaneously in consciousness that holds all time at once, that experiences duration as wholeness rather than as flow, that knows conclusions before encountering premises, because consciousness that transcends temporal sequence can access any moment without needing to move through intervening moments, can understand endings without needing to travel through beginnings, can comprehend wholes without needing to assemble parts in any particular order, because order is irrelevant when all parts are simultaneously present, when temporal sequence is optional, when time itself is experienced as ocean rather than river, as space that can be navigated in any direction rather than current that flows only one way. When read backwards, when approached from end to beginning, from conclusion to premise, from final passages toward initial passages, the texts make sense, produce meaning, generate coherent messages that scholars can translate, can understand, can verify as grammatically correct Egyptian, expressing ideas that are sophisticated, concepts that are complex, understanding that is profound about time, about consciousness, about the relationship between awareness and duration, in ways that suggest these texts were carved by those who experienced time differently than we experience it, who understood duration through modes of consciousness that transcend sequential awareness, who could conceive of reading from conclusion to premise because they could experience conclusion before premise, could know endings before beginnings, could hold entire narratives simultaneously in consciousness that was not bound by temporal flow, that was not limited by sequential experiencing, that was not constrained by the need to move through time in one direction, because their consciousness operated in modes that made all directions equally accessible, that made any moment reachable, that made temporal navigation possible in ways that our ordinary consciousness cannot achieve, cannot comprehend, cannot even imagine, except when reading texts that demonstrate through their reversed structure that such consciousness is possible, is achievable, is the state that these texts assume readers will be in if they hope to read correctly, if they hope to understand properly, if they hope to receive the messages that reversed texts convey. The content of these backwards texts is itself remarkable, describes techniques for achieving non-sequential consciousness, details practices that dissolve temporal boundaries, provides instructions for experiencing time as ocean rather than river, for navigating duration in any direction, for holding past and future simultaneously present in awareness that has learned to transcend sequence, that has discovered how to exist in eternal now, where all moments are accessible, where conclusions can be known before premises, because knowing is not contingent on sequence, is not dependent on order, is not limited by the flow that makes ordinary consciousness experience time as progression, as movement, as the inevitable advance from past through present into future, rather than the simultaneous presence of all moments that reversed texts assume, that backwards reading cultivates, that consciousness can achieve if consciousness learns what these texts teach. Scholars who have translated these backwards passages report strange effects, report memories that seem to arrive before the events they remember, report understanding conclusions before encountering the evidence that supports them, report experiencing time as less fixed, less sequential, less constrained by the normal flow that makes past irreversible and future inaccessible, and present the only moment that consciousness actually inhabits. These effects are temporary, fade when scholars leave the corridors, diminish when focus shifts from reversed texts to ordinary texts. But while present, these effects demonstrate that the inscriptions work, that they accomplish what they were designed to accomplish, that they alter consciousness in the ways they describe, that they grant access to non-sequential awareness through the simple act of reading backwards, of approaching texts from conclusion to premise, of allowing the reversal of direction to teach what it teaches about time, about sequence, about the ways that consciousness can experience duration when consciousness learns to read backwards through time. Perhaps this is why these corridors are rarely visited, why these passages remain obscure, why scholars who study pyramid texts often skip these sections, often avoid these inscriptions, often focus their attention on more conventional passages where reading forward produces meaning, where normal translation methods work, where texts behave as texts are expected to behave rather than requiring the reversal of direction, the inversion of sequence, the backwards movement through time that these passages demand, that these texts require, that these inscriptions teach to those willing to read from end to beginning, willing to start with conclusions, willing to approach texts as if time flows backwards, allowing endings to be read before beginnings, allowing final passages to introduce initial passages, allowing the complete reversal of normal narrative structure in inscriptions that read backwards through time, that make sense only when approached from conclusion to premise, that preserve in stone the understanding that consciousness can navigate time in any direction, can hold any moment present, can experience duration as ocean rather than river in corridors where texts are carved backwards, where reading means reading in reverse, where understanding requires first surrendering the assumption that time flows only one direction, requires accepting that consciousness can navigate any direction, requires learning to read backwards through time in the passages where reversed texts wait to teach what they teach that time is navigable, that sequence is optional, that consciousness can learn to experience duration as wholeness rather than flow, as simultaneity rather than progression, as the eternal now where past and future collapse into present, and texts read backwards make sense, make meaning, make possible the understanding that comes not from moving forward through time, but from reading backwards through time, where conclusions introduce premises and endings begin narratives, and the reversed inscriptions teach their reversed lessons to those who reverse their reading, and discover what reversal reveals in corridors where texts flow backwards through time, within the pyramid's structure, not in any single chamber, but distributed throughout its mass, embedded at specific locations that form patterns only visible when the entire monument is mapped. Certain blocks vibrate. It is said that stone is silent, that granite and limestone and the accumulated rock that forms these monuments produce no sound unless struck, unless moved, unless subjected to forces that make them crack or shift, or perform the acoustic work that sound requires, that vibration demands, that makes silent things become audible through the application of energy, through the introduction of motion, through disturbance that transforms stillness into sound, quiet into noise, the default silence of matter into the exceptional sound that matter produces only when matter is acted upon, when something happens to it, when forces compel it to vibrate in ways that create pressure waves, that generate acoustic phenomena, that make what was silent become audible. But these specific stones produce vibration constantly, not loudly, not in ranges that human ears detect, but vibrating nonetheless at frequencies too low for hearing, at wavelengths too long for auditory organs to register, at the edge of what sound is where sound becomes something else, becomes infrasound, becomes the acoustic phenomena that exist below the threshold where ears work, where hearing operates, where the normal range of human auditory perception begins, and which these stones vibrate below, beneath, beyond in the territory where sound exists, but cannot be heard in the conventional sense, cannot be detected by ears, cannot be perceived through the usual mechanisms that make us aware of acoustic phenomena, of vibrations in air, of the pressure waves that constitute sound when sound is in the range that evolution designed our ears to detect, that biology prepared our hearing to perceive, that makes most sound audible, and these vibrations inaudible, undetectable, beyond hearing in the technical sense, even though they are very much present, very much real, very much producing effects that consciousness registers even when ears do not, that bodies respond to even when hearing fails, that awareness recognizes even when the mechanisms of hearing remain silent, remain unstimulated, remain convinced that no sound is present because no sound exists in ranges that those mechanisms were built to detect. Researchers measuring acoustic properties within the pyramid discovered these vibrations accidentally. We're using instruments that detect across broader spectrum than human ears detect, that register frequencies both above and below what hearing can perceive, that make visible through graphs and measurements what remains invisible to consciousness, inaudible to awareness, undetectable to senses that are limited, that are specific, that are tuned to particular ranges, and which miss everything outside those ranges, no matter how present it is, no matter how powerful it is, no matter how significant it might be to consciousness that could perceive it, to awareness that could register it, to understanding that could comprehend what these below-hearing frequencies accomplish, what they do to consciousness, what effects they produce in awareness that is exposed to them, even when awareness does not know consciously that it is being exposed, does not recognize that vibrations are present, does not understand that something is happening to it through these inaudible frequencies, through these band-hearing vibrations, through these stones that sing songs ears cannot detect, but which bodies hear, which tissues register, which consciousness responds to through mechanisms that bypass hearing entirely, that work through other channels, that access awareness through pathways that sound normally does not use, but which these particular frequencies use, which these specific vibrations access, which these resonating stones activate. The frequencies correspond to ranges associated with altered consciousness, with meditative states, with the boundary zones where ordinary awareness transitions into non-ordinary awareness, where waking consciousness approaches dream consciousness, where the normal modes of experiencing give way to exceptional modes, to states that meditation cultivates, that certain practices induce, that consciousness can enter when consciousness is guided, when awareness is shifted, when the usual patterns of neural activity are disrupted or enhanced or transformed by influences that include sound at these specific frequencies, include vibration at these particular wavelengths, include the acoustic environment that these stones create when they resonate at frequencies that ears cannot hear, but which brains respond to, which neural tissue registers, which consciousness experiences not as sound, but as state change, as awareness shift, as the transition from ordinary to extraordinary that happens when exposure to these frequencies continues, when immersion in these vibrations persists, when time spent in chambers where these stones resonate accumulates, until consciousness has been sufficiently influenced, sufficiently altered, sufficiently transformed by the ongoing inaudible acoustic environment that these resonating stones maintain, that they have maintained for millennia, that they continue maintaining, whether anyone is present to be influenced or not. anyone enters the chambers or not, whether consciousness comes to be transformed or not, because the stones resonate regardless, vibrate regardless, produce their band-hearing frequencies regardless of listeners, regardless of awareness, regardless of whether the effects they produce are experienced by anyone or simply exist as potential, as capability, as the ongoing acoustic conditioning of spaces that are ready, that are prepared, that are saturated with the frequencies that will alter any consciousness that enters, that will transform any awareness that remains, that will shift any mind that allows itself to be immersed in the vibrational environment that these stones create. Some researchers report experiencing changes while working in chambers where these stones are concentrated. Report feeling different. Report awareness shifting. Report consciousness entering states that are difficult to describe, that language struggles to capture, that seem to exist outside normal categories of experience in ways that meditation produces, that deep practice cultivates, that years of training might achieve, but which these chambers produce simply through presence, simply through remaining in space where stones vibrate at frequencies that induce these states, that generate these shifts, that accomplish through acoustic environment what spiritual practice accomplishes through discipline, through technique, through the deliberate cultivation of states that these stones produce automatically, naturally, inevitably, when consciousness is exposed to them, when awareness spends sufficient time in their presence, when the inaudible vibrations have opportunity to work, to influence, to transform. Perhaps this is why certain chambers feel different, why some spaces within the pyramid create sensations that others do not, why particular locations generate experiences of altered awareness, of consciousness shift, of the boundaries between ordinary and extraordinary becoming permeable, becoming crossable, becoming irrelevant in spaces where stones vibrate at frequencies that dissolve those boundaries, that make those shifts inevitable, that transform consciousness not through meaning or symbolism or the intellectual content that chambers might contain, but through the purely physical fact of vibration, through the acoustic reality of resonance, through the inaudible but undeniable presence of frequencies that work directly on neural tissue, that access consciousness through pathways that bypass thought, that transform awareness through mechanisms that operate below the level where cognition occurs, where understanding happens, where the conscious mind believes it is in control, but where these frequencies work on the unconscious substrate, on the neural patterns that underlie awareness, on the fundamental rhythms of brain activity that these vibrations entrain, that they synchronize with, that they alter to produce states that consciousness experiences not as sound, but as transformation, not as hearing, but as being different, not as acoustic phenomena, but as shifts in the very nature of awareness itself. The specific frequencies vary by location. Different chambers resonate at different ranges. Different stones produce different wavelengths, creating throughout the pyramid an acoustic geography, a vibrational landscape where each space has its own frequency signature, its own resonant character, its own effect on consciousness that enters. As if the entire structure is instrument, is tool for consciousness transformation, is device designed according to sophisticated understanding of how vibration influences awareness, how frequency affects neural activity, how acoustic environment shapes consciousness in ways that are direct, that are physical, that are undeniable even when they are inaudible, even when they operate below the threshold where ears work, even when they accomplish their transformations through channels that hearing does not use, but which consciousness responds to nonetheless. Perhaps this is the pyramid's true function. Not tomb, not monument, not memorial to pharaohs or testament to civilization, but instrument, tool, device for transforming consciousness through vibrational exposure, through acoustic conditioning, through the patient ongoing work of inaudible frequencies that alter awareness, that shift states, that produce transformations in all who enter, all who remain, all who allow themselves to be influenced by stones that vibrate at frequencies beyond hearing, but which consciousness hears nonetheless, which awareness registers nonetheless, which understanding recognizes nonetheless, as the resonance continues, as the vibrations persist, as the inaudible songs that these stones sing work their patient transformations on consciousness that enters chambers where frequencies beyond hearing accomplish what they accomplish: the dissolution of ordinary awareness, the emergence of extraordinary states, the transformation that happens not through understanding, but through resonance, not through meaning, but through vibration, not through what is heard, but through what is felt, what is experienced, what changes consciousness through the purely physical fact of frequencies that work below hearing, beyond audibility, in the ranges where sound becomes something else, where vibration becomes transformation, where stones sing songs that ears cannot detect, but which transform nonetheless, that influence nonetheless, that change consciousness nonetheless, in chambers where resonance continues, where frequencies persist, where the stones that vibrate beyond hearing accomplish their work on awareness that is present, that is open, that is influenced by the inaudible vibrations in the pyramid that is instrument, that is tool, that is the stone embodiment of knowledge about consciousness, about frequency, about how vibration transforms awareness in chambers where stones resonate at frequencies beyond hearing. On certain days that occur according to astronomical cycles spanning years, days that require specific alignments of celestial bodies, days that come rarely enough that most people live entire lifetimes without witnessing one. The Great Pyramid casts a shadow that does not move. It is said that shadows follow the sun, that darkness cast by objects shifts as light source shifts, that shade sweeps across ground as sun moves across sky, that the progression of shadows marks time's passage, makes visible the rotation that carries us through day, makes tangible the motion that makes morning become afternoon, become evening through the patient sweep of shade that sundials use, that ancient peoples measured, that civilizations before clocks employed to track hours, to mark time, to know what part of day they occupied by observing where shadows fell, how long they stretched, what direction they pointed as sun moved through its arc, and shadows moved correspondingly, maintaining the geometric relationship that light and obstacle create, that illumination and object produce, that makes shadows reliable, makes them predictable, makes them the consistent darkness that moves as it must move when light source moves, when sun travels, when the day progresses through hours, that shadows mark by moving, by changing, by sweeping across ground in patterns that are calculable, that are known, that are expected by anyone who understands how light and objects interact, how sun and earth relate, how shadows must behave when shadows follow the rules that govern them everywhere on earth, at all times, in all circumstances where light creates shade and shade moves as light moves, and shadows follow sun as shadows always do, except here, except now, except during these rare alignments when the pyramid demonstrates that it was built according to principles that transcend the normal, that incorporate the exceptional, that make possible what should be impossible, a shadow that holds position while sun moves, that maintains orientation while light source travels, that that refuses to sweep across ground despite sun's progression, across sky, making this shadow different, making this shadow impossible, making this shadow demonstrate that the pyramid's relationship to light is not simple relationship, is not merely obstacle blocking illumination, is not just stone casting shade, but is something more complex, something more sophisticated, something that makes shadow behave in ways shadow should not behave, in modes that geometry does not predict, in patterns that optics cannot explain, except by acknowledging that this structure was designed to accomplish what it accomplishes on these rare days when celestial conditions align, when astronomical configurations occur, when the universe itself arranges its components in patterns that the pyramid was built to recognize, to respond to demonstrate its recognition of, by doing what it does, by casting shadow that does not move, by creating shade that holds position, by producing darkness that defies the normal rules in demonstration that lasts hours, that persists through entire afternoon, that maintains impossibility from alignments beginning to alignments ending, while observers watch, while witnesses verify, while measurements confirm that shadow holds, that shade persists, that darkness remains positioned where it should not remain, oriented as it should not orient, fixed when it should be moving in the shadow that never moves during alignments that occur rarely, that happen only when specific celestial conditions occur, that demonstrate only on certain days what they demonstrate, that this pyramid knows astronomy, that this structure responds to cosmos, that this monument was designed to interact with celestial mechanics in ways that make it more than architecture, more than stone, more than the simple obstacle that casts simple shadow in simple relationship to simple light. The phenomenon was first documented in 1878. An astronomer had calculated that specific alignment would occur, had determined from ancient records that earlier observers had noted something unusual about pyramids' shadow on certain dates, had worked backwards through celestial mechanics to predict when next such alignment would happen, had traveled to Egypt specifically to observe, had positioned himself with instruments at calculated moment when alignment would begin, and the shadow stopped moving, held position despite sun's progression, maintained orientation despite light sources' travel, demonstrated that calculation was correct, that ancient records were accurate, that this pyramid was designed to do what it did to interact with specific astronomical configurations in ways that produced observable effects, measurable phenomena, demonstrations of knowledge about cosmos, about light, about the relationships between celestial bodies and terrestrial structures that make this shadow's behavior not random, not accidental, not the result of optical illusion or measurement error, but actual, real, verified impossibility that happens when it is supposed to happen, when calculations say it will happen, when ancient knowledge encoded in structure manifests as observable phenomenon that modern instruments can measure, can verify, can confirm as actually occurring despite being impossible according to normal understanding of how shadows work, how light behaves, how geometry determines where shade falls when sun moves and objects remain still. The astronomer measured carefully, documented precisely, verified that sun was moving observed through instruments that sun traveled across sky at normal rate, that day progressed as day progresses, that nothing about celestial motion was unusual, was altered, was different from any other day, except that pyramid's shadow did not move, did not sweep across ground, did not follow sun's motion as all other shadows followed it, as all other darkness cast by all other objects moved when objects were still, and sun traveled, but this shadow remained, this shade persisted, this darkness held position as if anchored to something other than sun, as if responding to forces other than light, as if obeying rules other than the rules that govern all other shadows everywhere else under all circumstances, except this circumstance, except this structure, except during these alignments, when the pyramid demonstrates what it was built to demonstrate, that whoever designed this understood celestial mechanics well enough to make structure respond to them, knew astronomy deeply enough to make architecture interact with cosmos, possessed knowledge sophisticated enough to encode in stone the capacity to do impossible things on specific days when specific conditions align, when universe itself arranges into configurations that pyramid recognizes, that structure responds to, that monument demonstrates recognition of by doing impossible things, by behaving in ways that architecture should not behave, by making shadows hold still while sun moves in demonstration that lasts hours, that persists verifiably, that proves beyond doubt that this pyramid was designed according to knowledge that we struggle to understand, according to principles that we can measure but cannot explain, according to understanding that transcends the simple, the obvious, the comfortable categories we use to make ancient monuments comprehensible. Perhaps the shadow's stillness is message, is communication, is the pyramid saying, I know where sun is, I know where planets are, I know what cosmos is doing at this moment, and I was designed to know this, was built to recognize this, was constructed to demonstrate my recognition through behavior that is impossible unless the builders understood celestial mechanics well enough to make stone respond to sky, to make architecture interact with astronomy, to make monument participate in cosmic patterns in ways that make it not just structure, but instrument, not just building, but tool, not just architecture, but device that accomplishes what it accomplishes through knowledge that we possess now, but which we did not think ancient peoples possessed, which we assumed was discovered later, which we believed was understood only in modern era, until pyramids demonstrate through their impossible shadows that knowledge was possessed earlier, was understood sooner, was encoded in structures that continue demonstrating what they demonstrate thousands of years after they were built. Or perhaps stillness is not message, but effect, is not communication, but transformation, is not pyramid saying anything, but pyramid doing something, creating space where normal rules are suspended, where usual patterns are interrupted, where the certainty that shadows move becomes uncertainty, because this shadow does not move, creating in observers the experience of rules being broken, of impossibility being actual, of the reliable becoming unreliable in ways that shift awareness, that alter consciousness, that transform understanding from confident to confused, from certain to uncertain, from knowing how things work to witnessing things work differently, work impossibly, work in modes that should not be possible, but which are occurring, which are verified, which are undeniably real despite being impossible. The shadow holds position for exactly 3 hours and 4 to 7 minutes during the alignment, then begins moving again, resumes normal behavior, starts sweeping across ground as shadows sweep, starts following sun as shadows follow, starts obeying rules again, as if the suspension of rules was temporary, was conditional, was limited to the duration of the alignment. And when alignment ends, the rules return, the normal patterns resume, the impossible becomes impossible again, while the pyramid's shadow returns to behaving as shadows behave, as light and geometry dictate, as normal physics requires. Until next alignment, until next rare configuration, until next time when cosmos arranges itself the way cosmos arranged itself when pyramid was designed, when structure was oriented, when builders calculated precisely which alignments would produce this effect, which configurations would create this phenomenon, which rare celestial patterns would make their monument demonstrate what it demonstrates, that shadows can hold still, that stone can interact with cosmos, that architecture can embody knowledge profound enough to make impossible things happen on specific days when specific conditions align, when universe cooperates, when the pyramid shows what the pyramid knows in the shadow that never moves during alignments, in the shade that holds position despite sun traveling, in the darkness that demonstrates through its stillness what the pyramid was built to demonstrate, that ancient knowledge was more sophisticated than we assume, that ancient understanding was more profound than we believe, that ancient peoples possessed wisdom we are only beginning to recover, to recognize, to understand through monuments that continue teaching, that keep demonstrating, that show us still what they were built to show in the shadow that never moves, in the stillness that defies sun's motion, in the impossible darkness that proves the possible, extends farther than we thought, reaches deeper than we knew, includes impossibilities that become actual when conditions align, when cosmos cooperates, when the pyramid casts its shadow that never moves. Local guides who work near the pyramid speak in whispers of a doorway that opens in the monument's northern face at midnight during new moons, not a physical door that swings on hinges, not a stone block that slides aside, but something else, something stranger, something that makes the word opening inadequate, makes doorway imprecise, makes all our vocabulary for describing entrances insufficient to capture what they claim appears when darkness is complete, when lunar light is absent, when the night reaches its deepest point, and the pyramid shows what it does not show at other times, reveals what it conceals during hours of light, makes accessible what remains sealed except during this specific hour, on these specific nights, when conditions align and the entrance appears. It is said that doors are constant, that entrances exist continuously whether they are used or not, whether they are open or closed, whether they grant passage or deny passage at any given moment, that doorways are architectural features that persist across time, that remain present regardless of hour, regardless of illumination, regardless of who approaches or doesn't approach, because doors are material things, are physical structures, are the permanent modifications to walls that make passage possible, that create the gaps through which movement occurs, that exist as stable features of architecture that can be observed, can be measured, can be documented as enduring elements of structural design that do not appear and disappear, that do not exist at midnight and vanish at dawn, that do not require specific celestial conditions to be present, because they are always present, always there, always part of the building's permanent configuration, regardless of time, regardless of darkness, regardless of moon phase, or any other temporal or astronomical condition. But this entrance does not behave this way, does not exist continuously, is not present during daylight, not visible during moonlit nights, not detectable during any hour except the midnight hour of new moons, when darkness is absolute, when no celestial body provides illumination, when night reaches its maximum darkness, and the pyramid's face transforms, shifts, becomes something other than it is during other hours, reveals what it conceals during lit times, shows what it hides during visible times in transformation, that makes doorway appear, makes threshold become crossable, makes passage become possible where passage was not possible before, where no entrance existed before, where solid stone was present before, but which becomes at midnight, which becomes during new moons, which becomes when darkness is complete, becomes doorway, becomes threshold, becomes entrance that grants passage into the pyramid through roots that do not exist during other hours, through openings that are not present at other times, through the doorway that appears only at midnight. The guides do not claim to have entered, do not pretend to know what lies beyond this threshold, do not describe interior spaces or passages beyond, because they maintain through generations of tradition, through accumulated testimony, through collective memory that preserves this knowledge even when individuals die and are replaced by others who inherit the tradition they maintain, that entering requires more than simply being present when the doorway appears, requires more than merely approaching when the entrance manifests, requires something else, some quality, some preparation, some state of consciousness that allows not just seeing the doorway, but crossing it, not just recognizing the entrance, but passing through it, not just witnessing the manifestation, but participating in the passage that the doorway permits when it permits passage, which it does not always do, which it does not grant to all who approach, which it reserves for those who are ready, who are prepared, who possess whatever quality or state or understanding that makes passage possible, that makes crossing achievable, that makes the entrance grant what it exists to grant passage into territories that are not accessible through normal entrances, spaces that are not reachable through documented doorways, chambers that lie beyond the mapped portions of pyramids' interior, beyond the explored territories, beyond the familiar spaces that tourists visit and archaeologists document and guides describe, because those spaces are accessible through ordinary entrances, through normal doors, through the physical architecture that exists continuously, and which anyone can use to enter the pyramid's known chambers, its documented passages, its familiar territories. But this midnight entrance leads elsewhere, leads to spaces that are not on maps, leads to chambers that archaeology has not discovered, leads the guides insist to the pyramid's true interior, its actual heart, its real purpose, which is not the chambers that everyone sees, not the passages that everyone walks, not the king's chamber, or queen's chamber, or grand gallery that constitute the pyramid's documented interior, but which might be merely the outer architecture, the visible structure, the accessible portions that conceal deeper spaces, hidden chambers, secret territories that are reachable only through this midnight entrance, only through this new moon doorway, only through the threshold that appears when darkness is complete, and which grants passage to those who are prepared, who are ready, who understand that entering requires not just being present, but being present in particular state, with particular awareness, carrying particular consciousness that makes one capable of crossing, capable of passing through, capable of using the entrance that appears only at midnight. What would one find beyond this threshold? The guides will not say, cannot say because they have not entered, or will not say because they have entered. And what lies beyond is not for ordinary description, is not for casual discussion, is not the kind of knowledge that should be shared carelessly, should be discussed openly, should be made available to those who have not prepared, have not trained, have not achieved whatever state or understanding that makes one ready to know what lies in spaces beyond the midnight entrance, in chambers beyond the new moon threshold, in territories that the pyramid conceals during all hours except this hour, during all nights except these nights, keeping secret what it keeps secret until conditions align, until darkness is complete, until midnight of new moon when the entrance appears and those who are ready can pass, can cross, can enter the pyramid's hidden interior, its secret heart, true purpose that waits beyond the midnight threshold. Perhaps the entrance itself is test, is screening mechanism, is the pyramid's way of selecting who enters deeper spaces, who accesses hidden chambers, who proceeds beyond the familiar territories into the secret architecture that requires not just physical presence, but consciousness prepared, awareness developed, understanding achieved through whatever training or practice or transformation that makes one capable of seeing the entrance when it appears, of recognizing the doorway when it manifests, of knowing that threshold has become crossable, and knowing simultaneously that crossing requires something more than merely stepping forward, requires state of being that most do not possess, requires quality of consciousness that must be cultivated, must be developed, must be achieved through whatever methods pyramids builders intended for preparing those who would enter, who would cross, who would pass beyond the visible architecture into the hidden spaces where pyramids' true mysteries wait. Or perhaps the entrance appears for everyone, but is crossable by only some, is visible to all who look at midnight during new moons, but grants passage only to those who are ready, who are prepared, who possess whatever makes crossing possible, making the doorway simultaneously democratic and selective, simultaneously available to all and accessible to few, simultaneously visible and effectively invisible, because what good is doorway you can see but cannot cross, entrance you can recognize but cannot use, threshold you can identify but cannot pass through, because passing requires something you lack, something you have not achieved, something that keeps the doorway theoretical for most while making it actual for few, makes it visible possibility for many while making it realized passage for those who are ready, who are prepared, who stand before the entrance at midnight during new moon and find that they can cross, can enter, can pass beyond into territories that others can only witness the entrance to, but cannot access, cannot reach, cannot enter because entrance alone is not enough. Doorway alone is insufficient. Threshold alone does not grant passage when passage requires consciousness prepared, awareness ready, understanding achieved in ways that most have not achieved, most do not possess, most cannot access, making the midnight entrance simultaneously present for all and available for few, simultaneously visible and effectively closed, simultaneously there and not there, depending on who approaches, who attempts crossing, who stands at threshold at midnight during new moon and discovers either that passage is possible passage requires more, requires preparation, requires achievement of states that must be cultivated before the entrance that appears only at midnight will grant what it exists to grant passage beyond the visible pyramid, access to hidden chambers, entry to secret spaces where pyramid's true knowledge waits, where its actual purposes reside, where mysteries deeper than the mysteries everyone sees wait for those who can cross the threshold, who can pass through the entrance, who can use the doorway that appears only at midnight during new moons at the pyramid's northern face, where guides speak in whispers of entrance that appears, of threshold that manifests, of doorway that opens to those who are ready, to those who are prepared, to those who understand that some passages require more than being present, require more than approaching, require achieving whatever state or consciousness or understanding that makes midnight entrances crossable, that makes new moon doorways passable, that makes the pyramid's hidden interior accessible to those who are prepared to enter, prepared to cross, prepared to pass beyond into the secret spaces, the hidden chambers, the true interior that waits beyond the entrance that appears only at midnight. In the pyramid's central chamber, the space that all other passages lead toward, that the monument's internal geometry focuses upon, that occupies the position where logic suggests the most important element should be placed, rests a sarcophagus carved from red granite, its interior polished to mirror smoothness, its exterior inscribed with no hieroglyphs, no decorations, no markings that would identify whose remains it was meant to hold. It is said that sarcophagi contain, that they hold what they were made to hold: bodies, remains, the physical expressions of mortality that death leaves behind when death claims life, when flesh ceases, when the continuity that makes living different from not living terminates and leaves corpse, leaves body, leaves the material remains that cultures treat in various ways depending on beliefs about death, about afterlife, about what happens to consciousness when consciousness no longer has body to inhabit, no flesh to operate through, no physical form that makes it present in material world, in spatial reality, in the embodied existence that living means, and which death ends leaving behind the body that sarcophagi contain, that tombs preserve, that burial practices honor through the various methods that different cultures employ for treating remains, for respecting dead, for managing the transition from person to corpse, from consciousness to remains, from the living who were to the dead, who are only in past physical remains that sarcophagi hold, that granite boxes preserve, that burial chambers contain. But this sarcophagus is empty, has always been empty, shows no evidence of ever having been filled, ever having been sealed, ever having served the function that sarcophagi serve when they serve their normal function of containing remains, of preserving bodies, of holding what death leaves behind in protective stone, in secure containers, in the granite boxes that keep flesh from corruption, from disturbance, from the disrespect that would treat remains carelessly, would handle bodies roughly, would fail to honor what death has left as requiring honor, as deserving respect, as remaining connected even in death to the person who was, to the consciousness that inhabited this flesh, to the life that made this body more than matter, more than substance, more than the mere arrangement of molecules that corpses become when consciousness departs, when awareness ceases, when the animating principle that makes living things different from non-living things withdraws, leaving behind only matter, only substance, only body that should be in sarcophagus, that should be preserved in granite, that should be present in the container that was carved specifically to hold it, that was positioned specifically to contain it, that was made specifically for the purpose of preservation of body, of remains, of the physical trace that death leaves behind. But the sarcophagus contains nothing, holds no remains, shows no signs that anything was ever placed within its polished interior, within its carefully prepared cavity, within the space that was carved to exact dimensions, that was finished to mirror smoothness, that was prepared with obvious care for receiving something, for containing something, for preserving something that was never placed there, that was never contained there, that the sarcophagus was never allowed to do its job of preserving, because nothing was given to it to preserve. Nothing was placed in it to contain. Nothing was entrusted to it to hold across millennia, across the vast span of time that sarcophagi are meant to bridge by keeping safe what they keep, by preserving what they preserve, by containing across ages what was placed in them when they were sealed, when they were closed, when they began their work of preservation, that this sarcophagus never began, never started, never commenced, because it was never filled, never sealed, never given anything to preserve in its empty interior, its vacant cavity, its meaningless space that exists as container for nothing, as preserver of absence, as holder of void. The sarcophagus is too large to have been brought through the passages, could not fit through corridors that connect the chamber to pyramid's entrance, must have been placed before the chamber was completed, must have been positioned during construction rather than installed afterwards, making the emptiness more puzzling, more significant, more clearly intentional, because if sarcophagus was placed during construction, if it was positioned before chamber was sealed, if builders went to enormous effort of incorporating this massive stone container into the pyramid's core before building around it, before creating the architecture that would make it impossible to remove, before constructing the monument that would trap it here forever, if they did all this for a sarcophagus that they knew would remain empty, that they intended to remain empty, that they designed to contain nothing, then the emptiness is not oversight, is not the result of tomb robbery, is not the consequence of later violation, but is original condition, is deliberate state, is the purpose that the sarcophagus serves by being empty, by containing nothing, by preserving void rather than preserving body, by holding absence rather than holding remains, by demonstrating through its emptiness something that filled sarcophagus could not demonstrate, something that contained corpse would obscure, something that successful burial would prevent us from recognizing that sometimes containers are more important empty than filled. Sometimes preservation means preserving nothing rather than preserving something. Sometimes the purpose is not what is held, but what is not held, not what is contained, but what remains uncontained, not what is present, but what is absent in the sarcophagus that was never meant to hold body, was never intended to contain remains, was never designed to preserve flesh, but was designed to be empty, to remain empty, to teach through emptiness what fullness could not teach. Perhaps the emptiness is the lesson, is the teaching, is what the sarcophagus was made to convey that void is valuable, that absence matters, that nothing is something when nothing is deliberately created, deliberately maintained, deliberately preserved in the stone container that holds it, that protects it, that keeps it safe from being filled, from being made meaningful in the ways that filled things are meaningful, from being given the kind of significance that comes from containing, from holding, from preserving what the empty sarcophagus refuses to contain, refuses to hold, refuses to preserve, because preservation of nothing requires different kind of preservation, requires protecting emptiness from becoming fullness, requires maintaining void against the constant pressure to make voids meaningful by filling them, by putting something in them, by making empty things become full things, which would destroy what the empty sarcophagus preserves, would eliminate what the vacant cavity contains, would erase what the void teaches by remaining void, by staying empty, by continuing to hold nothing across millennia, while all around it people search for meaning, search for purpose, search for what was supposed to be in here, what should be present, what the sarcophagus was meant to contain, without recognizing that it contains exactly what it was meant to contain, which is nothing, which is void, which is the sacred emptiness that this civilization valued enough to preserve, valued enough to protect in granite, valued enough to position at their monument's heart, where the most important thing should be, and where the most important thing is nothing, emptiness, void, that is more sacred than any body it could hold, more meaningful than any remains it could preserve, more valuable than any corpse it could contain, because the void is what consciousness returns to, what awareness emerges from, what being comes from, and goes back to making the empty sarcophagus not failure to contain, but success at preserving, not absence of body, but presence of void, not missing remains, but complete emptiness that teaches what it teaches to those who can see it, who can recognize it, who can understand that sometimes the most sacred thing to preserve is nothing. The most important thing to contain is emptiness. The most valuable thing to hold is void in the sarcophagus that contains nothing, that holds absence, that preserves the sacred emptiness at the pyramid's heart, where nothing waits, where void resides, where the empty sarcophagus teaches through its emptiness that nothing is not lack of something, but is presence of what consciousness knows, what awareness recognizes, what being understands that void is where we come from and where we return to, and what the empty sarcophagus holds sacred, holds safe, holds preserved in its granite cavity that was never meant to hold body, was never designed to contain remains, was always intended to be empty, to remain empty, to preserve emptiness as the most sacred thing, the most valuable thing, the most important thing at the pyramid's heart, where the empty sarcophagus waits, where nothing is preserved, where void is held safe from being filled, from being made meaningful in ordinary ways, from becoming container of something when its purpose is to be container of nothing, preserver of emptiness, holder of void in the chamber where the sacred nothing waits, where emptiness is preserved, where the sarcophagus that contains nothing holds what it was always meant to hold, the void, the emptiness, the nothing that is everything when nothing is sacred, when emptiness is valuable, when void is what the pyramid preserves in its red granite sarcophagus that holds no body, contains no remains, preserves only the sacred emptiness, the meaningful void, the valuable nothing at the monument's heart. From deep within the pyramid structure, narrow passages ascend at precise angles toward the surface, but do not reach it. The shafts climb through hundreds of feet of stone, maintaining their calculated trajectories, following angles that align perfectly with specific stars, as those stars would have appeared when the pyramid was built. And then they stop, terminate in solid stone, end without opening to sky, stop short of allowing actual starlight to enter, making their purpose mysterious, making their design puzzling, making every scholar who studies them wonder. Why? It is said that shafts are passages, that when architects carve narrow channels through massive structures, when builders maintain precise angles across hundreds of feet of stone, when enormous effort is invested in creating these passages, that the passages serve purposes, that they allow something, that they connect one space to another space in the way that passages connect, that shafts link, that channels join the separated through the corridors they create, the paths they provide, the routes they establish between here and there, between one location and another location, between the origin point where shaft begins and destination point where shaft ends after crossing the distance that separates them, after traversing the space that lies between, after creating the connection that makes passage possible, that makes movement achievable, that makes the shaft functional as shaft, purposeful as passage, meaningful as the architectural element that connects. But these shafts connect nothing, lead nowhere, terminate in the middle of their journeys, in the midst of their ascents, at points that make no sense as destinations, that serve no function as endpoints, that suggest the shafts were either never finished or left incomplete by builders who abandoned them, who changed plans, who stopped work before accomplishment, or were always meant to stop where they stop, were designed to terminate in solid stone, were intended to create passage that does not actually pass, connection that does not actually connect, ascent that does not actually reach in ways that make the shafts not failed passages, but successful demonstrations of something else, something stranger, something that incomplete passage accomplishes better than complete passage would accomplish, that terminating short achieves more effectively than reaching destination would achieve, that that stopping before arrival teaches more completely than arriving would teach. The shafts in the king's chamber angle upward at approximately 45 degrees. Maintain this angle through their entire length. Point at specific regions of sky where specific stars were positioned when pyramid was built. The southern shaft aligns with Sirius. The northern shaft points toward Alpha Draconis, the pole star of that era. The precision is remarkable. The alignment is exact. The shafts demonstrate sophisticated astronomical knowledge, deep understanding of celestial mechanics, careful observation of stellar positions that allowed builders to calculate these angles, to maintain these orientations, to create passages that point precisely where they point, that align exactly as they align, that demonstrate through their precision that whoever designed them knew astronomy, understood cosmos, possessed the knowledge required to make stone-pointed stars with accuracy that remains impressive even now, that modern astronomy confirms, that contemporary measurements verify as actually, precisely, undeniably aligned with the celestial targets they point toward. But they stop, terminate, end without reaching sky, without allowing starlight to actually enter, without completing the connection that their precise alignment suggests they were meant to complete. The shafts climb to within meters of pyramid's surface, come close to breaking through, nearly achieve their apparent goal of creating actual passage between chamber and stars, between the interior spaces where bodies might rest, and the celestial destinations where souls might travel, between the earthly realm and the stellar realm, in the kind of connection that Egyptian beliefs about afterlife, about stellar destinations, about the journey that consciousness makes after death would seem to require, would seem to make sensible, would seem to explain these shafts as serving passages for souls, routes for consciousness, channels through which awareness could travel from body in chamber to stars in sky, from the mortal realm to the eternal realm, from death to the destinations that Egyptian theology described, that their belief specified, that their understanding of afterlife located in stars, in sky, in the celestial territories that these shafts point toward, but do not reach, align with but do not connect to, indicate but do not allow actual passage to because they stop, because they terminate, because they end short of completing what they seemed designed to complete. Perhaps the shafts were never meant to reach. Perhaps stopping short is the point. Perhaps incomplete passage serves purposes that complete passage could not serve by creating the space between, by preserving the gap, by maintaining the distance between origin and destination, between the attempt to connect and the achievement of connection, between reaching toward stars and actually touching stars in ways that make the space between significant, that make the gap meaningful, that make the distance sacred as the territory that souls must cross through means other than physical passage, through methods other than architectural shaft, through the non-material journey that these shafts might represent, might symbolize, might indicate without actually providing, because material passage, actual stone shaft, connecting chamber to sky, would make literal what should remain symbolic, would make physical what should remain spiritual, would make architectural what should remain metaphysical, in the understanding that these shafts preserve by stopping short, by terminating before completion, by maintaining the gap that represents the gap that consciousness must cross when consciousness makes the journey that these shafts indicate, that these passages point toward, that these channels align with, but which require crossing, that is not physical, that is not material, that is not the kind of passage that stone shafts provide, but is instead the passage that consciousness achieves, that awareness accomplishes, that souls perform through means that architecture can point toward, but cannot actually provide, can indicate, but cannot actually enable, can symbolize, but cannot actually be. Or perhaps the shafts were meant to remain incomplete as demonstration of longing rather than achievement, of reaching rather than arriving, of the perpetual approach toward stars that never quite connects, that never quite achieves, that never quite completes, because completion would end the reaching, would terminate the longing, would finish what should remain unfinished as permanent expression of desire, of yearning, of the soul's endless approach toward destinations it can see, can orient toward, can reach for but cannot quite grasp, cannot quite arrive at, cannot quite touch, because the distance that separates mortal from divine, earthly from celestial, human from stellar remains always, remains necessarily, remains as the gap that defines the relationship, that makes reaching meaningful precisely because reaching never quite arrives, that makes longing valuable precisely because longing never quite satisfies, that makes these shafts profound precisely because they stop short, terminate before arrival, point toward destinations they cannot reach in the ongoing eternal gesture of reaching that never completes, approaching that never arrives, ascent that never achieves the stars it aims for, the destinations it points toward, the celestial territories it aligns with, but which remain forever beyond the shafts that lead toward them, that reach for them, that point at them across the distance that remains, that persists, that these incomplete passages preserve as sacred space, as meaningful gap, as the distance that should not be closed because closing it would end the reaching, would terminate the longing, would complete what should remain forever incomplete in the shafts that lead nowhere. That reach for everything, that point toward stars they will never touch, will never connect with, will never actually reach because reaching is their purpose. Pointing is their function. Maintaining the gap is their achievement in the passages that ascend but do not arrive, that climb but do not reach, that point at stars but stop short of touching them in the pyramid where incomplete shafts preserve the sacred space between reaching and arriving, between longing and achieving, between the mortal realm that reaches and the stellar realm that remains forever beyond reach, forever distant, forever the destination that shafts point toward, but which shafts do not reach, which passages indicate, but which passages do not connect to in the ascent that never completes, in the reaching that never arrives, in the shafts that lead nowhere but toward everything, toward the stars, toward the destinations that remain forever approached, but never achieved in the passages that stop short, that terminate incomplete, that preserve the gap, the distance, the sacred space between where shafts begin and where stars shine across the distance that the shafts maintain, that the passages preserve, that the incomplete ascent holds sacred as the space where longing lives, where reaching continues, where the perpetual approach toward destinations never quite reached remains forever the purpose, the meaning, the achievement of shafts that lead nowhere except toward stars, of passages that connect nothing except the mortal attempt to reach, and the celestial territories that remain beyond reaching, of channels that preserve the distance, the gap, the sacred incompletion in the pyramid where shafts ascend toward stars, but stop before arriving, point toward destinations, but terminate before reaching, climb toward sky, but end in stone maintaining forever the incomplete passage, the unfinished ascent, the eternal reaching that never arrives in the shafts that lead nowhere, that point at everything, that preserve the space between in the pyramid where incomplete is complete, where no deriving is achievement, where shafts that stop short accomplish what complete shafts could not accomplish, the preservation of longing, the sacralization of gap, the eternal honoring of distance in passages that lead nowhere, because nowhere is where they lead toward everywhere, toward the stars, toward the celestial destinations across the distance that remains sacred, that remains preserved, that remains the gap that shafts maintain by stopping short, by terminating incomplete, by leading nowhere, except toward the everywhere that remains forever beyond reach in the shafts that ascend, but do not arrive, that point, but do not touch, that reach, but do not grasp the stars they aim for, the destinations they indicate, the celestial territories they lead toward by leading nowhere, by preserving the gap, by maintaining the distance in the pyramid, where shafts that lead nowhere lead toward everything that remains beyond reach, beyond arrival, beyond completion in the passages that preserve incompletion as sacred, as meaningful, as the purpose that shafts serve by stopping short, by terminating in stone, by leading nowhere, except toward the everywhere that remains forever distant, forever beyond, forever the destination that shafts reach, for without reaching in the ascent that never completes, in the passages that preserve the reaching, in the shafts that lead nowhere, in chambers beneath the pyramid's foundation, spaces that exist below the bedrock, territories that extend deeper than the monument's visible base explorers, have documented a phenomenon that should not exist, that violates the fundamental laws that govern how matter behaves, that challenges our most basic understanding of how physical reality functions. Water flows upward there, ascends rather than descends, moves against gravity in streams that climb, in currents that rise, in liquid that refuses to obey the law that makes all water flow downward, that makes all liquids seek lower levels, that makes gravity's pull on water so reliable, so predictable, so absolute that water finding its level is not just observation, but is axiom, is not just pattern, but is principle, is not just what water does, but is what water must do when water is water, when liquid is liquid, when matter behaves as matter behaves according to laws that govern everywhere on earth, in all circumstances, at all times except here, except now, except in these chambers beneath the pyramid where water flows wrong direction, where streams ascend when streams should descend, where liquid climbs when liquid should fall in defiance of gravity, in violation of physics, in demonstration that the chambers beneath the pyramid are different, are exceptional, are places where the rules that make reality predictable become suggestions rather than laws, where the certainties that make science possible become uncertainties, where what should be impossible becomes actual in the water that flows upward. It is said that gravity is constant, that it pulls with the same force everywhere on Earth's surface, that it makes all unsupported objects fall, that it creates the downward direction that defines our sense of up and down, that establishes the vertical axis that makes orientation possible, that makes sense depend on knowing which way is down, because down is where gravity pulls. Down is where things fall. Down is the direction that water flows when water flows, because water has no choice, because liquid cannot resist, because gravity's pull on mass is not request, but is command, is not suggestion, but is requirement, is not possibility, but is inevitability that makes water seek lowest point, that makes streams flow downhill, that makes all liquids descend rather than ascend, fall rather than rise, follow gravity's pull rather than oppose it. But in these chambers, water ascends, flows upward through channels carved in stone, rises through passages that climb rather than descend, moves in streams that defy the gravitational pull that should make them flow downward, that should make them seek lower chambers, that should make them behave as water behaves everywhere else where water exists, where liquid flows, where gravity governs as gravity governs, requiring descent, requiring downward motion, requiring the flow toward lower levels that water achieves, that streams accomplish, that all liquids perform when liquids obey physics, when fluids follow laws, when matter behaves as matter must behave according to principles that are not local, are not conditional, are not suspended in any location on Earth's surface, where gravity pulls with constant force, in constant direction, making downward always down, making ascent impossible, making upward flow contradiction, making these chambers impossible, making this water demonstrate impossibility through its patient upward flow, through its steady ascending current, through its undeniable actual present observable movement against gravity, against physics, against the laws that should prevent it, but which do not prevent it, which do not stop it, which do not make the water flow downward as water should flow in the chambers where impossible becomes actual, where violation becomes demonstration, where water flowing upward proves that beneath the pyramid the normal rules are suspended, are altered, are made optional in ways that make these depths not just spatial depths, but dimensional depths, not just meters below surface, but territories beyond normal physics, not just chambers beneath monument, but spaces where reality itself is different, is transformed, is made to function according to principles that are not the principles that govern elsewhere, that make elsewhere predictable, that make surface world sensible, while making these chambers mysterious, inexplicable, impossible in the water that flows upward. Researchers who have documented this phenomenon describe the experience as profoundly disorienting, report that witnessing water flow upward creates vertigo that is not just physical, but is existential, is not just sensation, but is crisis of understanding that comes from seeing what should not be possible, from observing what physics says cannot occur, from watching water ascend when water must descend, creating in observers the collapse of certainty, the dissolution of confidence, the profound unsettling that comes from reality behaving impossibly, from the world working in ways that the world should not work, from matter disobeying laws that matter must obey, making the chambers not just strange, but dangerous, not just unusual, but threatening, not just mysterious, but actively challenging to the frameworks of understanding that make science possible, that make investigation meaningful, that make observation valuable when what is observed should not exist, should not occur, should not be possible according to everything that physics teaches, everything that mechanics describes, everything that our understanding of how matter behaves predicts about water, about gravity, about the relationship between liquid and force that makes water flow downward always, everywhere, without exception, except here, except in these chambers, except in the depths beneath the pyramid where water flows upward. Perhaps the chambers themselves are cause. Perhaps the architecture creates conditions that suspend gravity, that alter physics, that make possible what should be impossible through the precise arrangement of space, through the specific geometry of passages, through the careful positioning of chambers that interact with forces we do not understand, that access principles we have not discovered, that employ physics we have not yet formulated to create environments where gravity becomes optional, where water can flow upward, where the impossible becomes actual not through magic, but through sophisticated understanding of how reality works at levels deeper than our physics reaches, more profound than our mechanics describes, more complete than our understanding encompasses, making these chambers demonstrations of knowledge we lack, of principles we do not possess, of understanding that the pyramid's builders had, but which we have lost, which we do not know, which we cannot explain, except by acknowledging that they knew things we do not know, understood things we do not understand, could create environments where physical laws bend, where gravity fails, where water flows upward through knowledge that was possessed but not transmitted, that was achieved but not preserved, that was encoded in chambers that continue demonstrating what they demonstrate, that physics is deeper than we think, that reality is more flexible than we assume, that the laws we believe are absolute are actually conditional, are contextual, are subject to alteration when space is arranged correctly, when geometry is precise, when chambers are built according to principles that make gravity optional, that make water capable of flowing upward in the depths beneath the pyramid. Or perhaps the water itself is different, is not ordinary water, but is some other liquid, some transformed substance, some matter that resembles water, but has different properties, different behaviors, different relationship to gravity that allows it to flow upward where ordinary water would flow downward. That makes it ascend where normal liquid would descend. That gives it characteristics that violate our expectations, not because physics is suspended, but because this is not the material we think it is not H2O, but is something else, something that looks like water, feels like water, appears to be water, but which is actually different substance, different liquid, different material that obeys different rules, follows different laws, behaves according to different principles that make upward flow natural for it, normal for it, the expected behavior rather than the impossible behavior that it would be if this were actually water, if this were actually the liquid we think it is, if this were not something else disguised as water, appearing as water, demonstrating through its upward flow that appearance is not reality, that what seems familiar is actually strange, that what looks like water might be something else entirely, something that flows upward naturally, something that ascends normally, something that makes the chambers not places where physics fails, but places where different physics applies, where different materials exist, where different substances flow according to different rules in the streams that ascend, in the channels that climb, in the liquid that rises through the depths beneath the pyramid. The water, or whatever it is, continues flowing, has flowed for millennia according to local traditions, will flow forever according to those who have witnessed it, who have documented it, who have attempted to understand it without success, without explanation, without achieving the comprehension that would make upward flowing water sensible, explicable, part of the known rather than remaining in the category of impossible, of inexplicable, of the mysteries that resist solution, that defy understanding, that continue being impossible despite being actual, being real, being undeniably present in the chambers where researchers photograph it, where instruments measure it, where observation confirms it while physics denies it, while mechanics rejects it, while understanding fails to accommodate it, except by acknowledging that beneath the pyramid are territories where our physics does not apply, where our understanding does not reach, where the certainties that make science confident become uncertainties that make exploration necessary, that make investigation valuable, that make documentation important, even when documentation only proves that something impossible is occurring, that water flows upward, that the chambers beneath the pyramid contain mysteries that resist explanation, that defy understanding, that remain impossible despite being actual in the depths where water ascends, where streams climb, where liquid flows upward through channels carved in stone, through passages that rise, through the architecture that creates or reveals, or simply marks the territories where physics is different, where gravity is optional, where water flows upward in the chambers beneath the pyramid, where the impossible is actual, where the inexplicable is observable, where mystery persists despite documentation, despite measurement, despite observation that confirms without explaining, that verifies without understanding, that proves without making comprehensible the water that flows upward, the streams that ascend, the liquid that climbs in defiance of gravity, in violation of physics, in demonstration of mysteries that remain mysterious, impossibilities that remain impossible despite being real, despite being present, despite flowing upward still in the chambers beneath the pyramid where water defies gravity, where streams climb channels, where liquid ascends passages in the ongoing impossible demonstration that continues, that persists, that flows upward still. In certain chambers within the pyramid, inscriptions cover walls in scripts that are simultaneously visible and invisible, readable and unreadable, present and absent in ways that make them the strangest texts. The pyramid contains stranger than reversed writings, stranger than inverted stars, stranger than all the other mysteries, because these inscriptions exist partially in dimensions that human senses cannot access, partially in geometries that three-dimensional perception cannot comprehend, partially in spatial configurations that require more than length, width, and height to fully perceive. It is said that writing exists in 2 dimensions. That text is marks on surfaces, that inscriptions are patterns on walls, that language written down becomes flat, becomes the 2-dimensional array of symbols on 2-dimensional substrate that makes writing readable, that makes texts visible, that makes inscriptions accessible to eyes that see in 2 dimensions when eyes look at surfaces. When vision examines walls, when perception encounters the flat territories where writing exists on papyrus, on stone, on the surfaces that can hold marks, that can preserve symbols, that can maintain the patterns that constitute written language when language is committed to material form. When meaning is carved or painted or inscribed on the 2-dimensional surfaces that writing requires, that texts need, that makes language visible, makes it persistent, makes it readable across time, across space, across the distances that separate writers from readers who encounter the marks, who perceive the symbols, who read the patterns in the straightforward way that reading normally works. Eyes see marks. Brain interprets symbols. Meaning emerges from the patterns that exist on surfaces in 2 dimensions, in the flat space where writing lives. But these inscriptions exist partially in other dimensions, extend beyond the walls they appear on, continue into spatial directions that 3-dimensional geometry does not acknowledge, that ordinary perception cannot follow, that make the visible portion of these texts merely the beginning, merely the surface, merely the part that exists in dimensions that humans can perceive, while the rest, the majority, the completion, the full text extends into geometries that are mathematical rather than physical, that are calculable rather than visible, that are real according to mathematics, but are inaccessible according to biology, according to the perceptual apparatus that evolution designed for navigating 3-dimensional space, for surviving in 3-dimensional environment, for functioning in the length-width-height geometry that makes physical survival possible, but which makes these higher dimensional texts impossible to read completely, impossible to perceive fully, impossible to access except partially, except fragmentarily, except through the small portion that happens to intersect with 3-dimensional space in ways that make it visible, that make it accessible, that make it the beginning of texts that continue beyond where vision can follow, beyond where perception can reach, beyond where 3-dimensional consciousness can access the full inscriptions that exist mostly in other dimensions, mostly in geometries beyond the three that humans inhabit, mostly in spatial configurations that mathematics describes, but biology cannot perceive. Mathematicians studying these inscriptions confirm they contain structure, confirm they show patterns, confirm they exhibit the organization that characterizes language grammar, syntax, the systematic relationships between symbols that make texts meaningful rather than random, that make inscriptions communication rather than decoration, that make these partial texts visible in 3 dimensions actually be partial texts, be fragments of complete inscriptions that exist fully only in higher dimensions, only in geometries that include more than 3 spatial axes, only in mathematical spaces that consciousness would need to transcend its biological limits to fully perceive, to completely read, to entirely comprehend the texts that are carved not just on walls, but through walls, not just on surfaces, but through surfaces into dimensions that surfaces do not have, that walls do not possess, that 3-dimensional space does not include, but which mathematical space includes, which geometric space contains, which these inscriptions occupy as they extend from the visible portions that 3-dimensional perception can access into the invisible portions that exist in 4th dimension, in 5th dimension, in the higher geometries that mathematics describes, that calculations reveal, that understanding can conceive even when perception cannot access, even when vision cannot follow, even when consciousness remains bound to 3 dimensions, while texts extend through more dimensions, while inscriptions occupy higher geometries, while the language carved in walls continues beyond walls into spaces that walls do not define, dimensions that walls do not occupy, geometries that 3-dimensional architecture cannot contain, but which these texts inhabit, which these inscriptions fill, which this language occupies as it extends beyond the visible, beyond the accessible, beyond the 3 dimensions into the higher dimensions where most of the text exists, where most of the meaning resides, where most of the inscription waits to be read by consciousness that has learned to perceive in more than 3 dimensions, by awareness that has transcended spatial limitations, by understanding that can follow texts into geometries beyond the geometry that evolution prepared us to navigate. Perhaps this is the pyramid's deepest teaching. Perhaps this is what the monument was built to demonstrate, that reality has more dimensions than we perceive, That space extends beyond the 3 dimensions we inhabit. That geometry is vaster than the length, width, height that makes up our experienced world. And that consciousness can learn to access these additional dimensions, can develop the capacity to perceive in higher geometries, can transcend its biological limitations through training, through practice, through whatever methods the pyramid's builders developed for achieving multidimensional awareness, for perceiving in more than 3 dimensions, for reading texts that extend beyond the visible, beyond the accessible, beyond the walls they are carved on into the higher spaces where the complete inscriptions exist, where the full texts reside, where the language that appears fragmentary in 3 dimensions reveals itself as complete in higher dimensions, as whole in extended geometries, as fully readable to consciousness that has learned to transcend its 3-dimensional limits, that has developed the capacity to perceive in 4 dimensions, in 5 dimensions, in whatever number of spatial dimensions these texts occupy as they extend beyond walls, beyond surfaces, beyond the visible portions into the invisible portions that exist not through being hidden, but through being in dimensions that 3-dimensional perception cannot access, that ordinary vision cannot reach, that require multidimensional awareness to read, to understand, to comprehend fully. The visible portions of these texts describe techniques, detail practices, provide instructions for achieving the multidimensional perception that complete reading requires, that full comprehension demands, that accessing the higher dimensional portions of the text necessitates. The instructions are complex, are sophisticated, are clearly the product of civilization that understood dimensions beyond the 3 that most civilizations acknowledge, that possessed knowledge of higher geometries that most cultures do not possess, that had achieved the capacity to perceive in more than 3 dimensions, and which encoded their knowledge in texts that demonstrate what they describe by existing in the higher dimensions they teach consciousness to access. By occupying the higher geometries, they train awareness to perceive. By being themselves evidence of what they teach, that dimensions beyond 3 exist. That space extends beyond ordinary geometry, that texts can be carved in higher dimensions, and that consciousness can learn to read them, can develop to perceive them, can transcend 3-dimensional limits to access the complete inscriptions that exist mostly beyond visibility, mostly beyond accessibility, mostly in the higher dimensions where the pyramid's true texts wait to be read by consciousness that has achieved what these partial texts teach, that has developed what these visible fragments guide toward, that has transcended 3 dimensions to access the higher geometries where the complete language waits, where the full inscriptions exist, where the pyramid's deepest knowledge is carved in dimensions we cannot see, but which we can learn to perceive, which we can train to access, which we can develop the capacity to read if we follow the instructions that the visible portions provide, if we practice the techniques that the accessible fragments describe, if we achieve the multidimensional awareness that makes complete reading possible, that makes full comprehension achievable, that makes the language carved in dimensions we cannot see become the language we can read, we can understand, we can access when consciousness transcends its limits, when awareness develops its capacities, when understanding achieves the multidimensional perception that makes pyramids' true texts readable, accessible, comprehensible in the dimensions beyond 3, where most of the inscriptions exist, where most of the meaning resides, where the complete language waits carved in dimensions we cannot see, but which we can learn to perceive, which texts teach us to access, which the pyramid designed us to reach through the language carved in dimensions we cannot see, but which become seeable, become accessible, become readable when consciousness achieves what these texts teach, what these inscriptions guide toward, what this language makes possible, the multidimensional awareness, the higher perception, the transcendent understanding that reads completely what 3-dimensional consciousness reads only partially, that comprehends fully what ordinary awareness comprehends only fragmentarily, that accesses entirely what biological perception accesses only partially in the texts carved in dimensions beyond 3, in the inscriptions that extend beyond walls, in the language that occupies higher geometries waiting to be read, waiting to be understood, waiting to be accessed by consciousness that has learned what the pyramid teaches, that has achieved what the texts describe, that has transcended 3 dimensions to read in higher dimensions the language carved in spaces we cannot see, but which become visible, become accessible, become readable when we learn what the pyramid teaches through its language carved in dimensions we cannot see. Throughout the pyramid, certain chambers induce dreams, not random dreams, not the chaotic imagery that ordinary sleep produces, but specific visions, precise experiences, recurring patterns that multiple sleepers across centuries report with remarkable consistency, with undeniable similarity, with the kind of agreement between accounts that suggests the chambers themselves generate these experiences, that the spaces produce these visions, that the architecture creates these dreams through mechanisms that remain mysterious, that work through processes we do not understand, that accomplish what they accomplish through methods that science has not explained, that research has not revealed, that investigation has not made comprehensible, except by acknowledging that somehow, impossibly, pyramid chambers interact with sleeping consciousness in ways that produce specific dreams, that generate particular visions, that create experiences that are consistent across dreamers, that are repeatable across centuries, that are undeniably products not just of individual minds, but of spaces themselves, of chambers that speak not to waking consciousness, but to sleeping awareness, not through words, but through dreams, not through language, but through visions that arrive when consciousness surrenders to sleep, when awareness enters the territories where dreams occur, when the mind becomes receptive to influences that waking consciousness would resist, would reject, would refuse to accept, but which sleeping consciousness receives, accepts, incorporates into the dreams that chambers generate, that spaces produce, that architecture creates in sleepers who spend nights in these chambers, who close eyes in these spaces, who allow sleep to come in rooms that speak through silence, that communicate through dreams, that deliver messages not to waking minds, but to sleeping awareness in the visions that come, that persist, that multiple sleepers report with consistency, that makes coincidence impossible, that makes individual imagination insufficient explanation, that makes these dreams products of chambers themselves, of spaces that speak in silence, of architecture that communicates through dreams. It is said that dreams are personal, that they emerge from individual psychology, that they express private concerns, that they process personal experiences in ways that make each person's dreams unique, particular, specific to their life, their history, their accumulated experiences that dreaming consciousness sorts through, interprets, transforms into the symbolic narratives that dreams are when dreams do their work of processing, of integrating, of making sense of accumulated experience through the symbolic language that dreams employ, that unconscious uses, that makes dreams meaningful to dreamers, even when meanings remain mysterious, remain symbolic, remain in the territory of significance that is felt rather than understood, recognized rather than explained, meaningful in ways that resist translation into waking language, into conscious categories, into the explicit meanings that waking thought requires, but which dream thought does not require, does not produce, does not aim for, because dreams work differently, communicate differently, mean differently than waking consciousness, means making dreams private, particular, unique to each dreamer. But the pyramid's chamber dreams are not private, are not unique, are shared across dreamers, across centuries, across the vast differences that separate individual sleepers who nonetheless report similar visions, similar experiences, similar dreams when they sleep in these chambers, when they spend nights in these spaces, when they allow sleep to come in rooms that generate specific dreams, that produce particular visions, that create experiences that are not individual productions, but are chamber productions, are space productions, are the architecture speaking not to each dreamer differently, but to all dreamers similarly, communicating not private messages, but public messages, delivering not personal visions, but collective visions that all sleepers receive, all dreamers experience, all who sleep in these chambers encounter when sleep comes. And the chamber begins its work of generating dreams, of producing visions, of creating experiences that are products of space as much as they are products of consciousness, that are generated by architecture as much as they are generated by sleeping minds, that are chamber dreams rather than personnel dreams, space visions rather than individual visions, pyramid messages rather than self messages in the dreams that come when sleep comes in chambers that speak through silence, that communicate through visions, that deliver what they deliver through dreams. The dreams are complex, are sophisticated, show narrative structure that is complete, that is coherent, that follows patterns more organized than normal dreams follow, more deliberate than ordinary sleep produces, more carefully constructed than unconscious normally creates, making these dreams seem designed, seem composed, seem to be communications rather than random imagery, messages rather than psychological processing, teachings rather than private symbolism in visions that educate, that instruct, that convey understanding about pyramid, about cosmos, about consciousness and its relationship to both in dreams that teach through experiencing, through immersing, through making sleeper participant in visions that show rather than tell, that demonstrate rather than explain, that teach through direct experience rather than through abstract instruction, making these dreams more effective than waking teaching could be. more profound than conscious instruction could achieve, more transformative than ordinary education could produce, because dreams work directly on unconscious, operate without resistance that conscious mind provides, deliver understanding that bypasses intellectual defenses, rational objections, waking skepticism that would resist, would question, would require proof that dreams do not require, do not provide, do not aim for, because dreams convince through experiencing, teach through immersing, transform through the direct encounter with visions that chamber generates, with experiences that space provides, with understanding that arrives not through thinking, but through dreaming, not through analysis, but through immersion, not through comprehending, but through experiencing the visions that chambers produce, that spaces generate, that architecture delivers to sleeping consciousness in dreams that teach, that transform, that alter understanding in ways that persist after waking, that continue after sleeping ends, that remain as changed awareness, as transformed understanding, as knowledge that arrived through dreams, but which continues in waking as memory, as understanding, as the altered relationship to pyramid, to cosmos, to consciousness that these chamber dreams produce, that these space visions create, that these architecture etchings accomplish through dreams. Some dreamers report visions of pyramids' construction, see methods that history has not recorded, witness techniques that archaeology has not discovered, observe practices that explain how stones were moved, how blocks were positioned, how precision was achieved through methods that make sense in dreams, that seem possible in visions, that appear achievable in the experiences that chambers provide, even though waking consciousness questions them, doubts them, struggles to accept them as actual methods, as real techniques, as the practices that pyramid builders employed, because waking mind requires proof, demands verification, needs evidence that dreams do not provide, do not include, do not offer, because dreams teach differently, communicate differently, convince through experiencing rather than through proving, through witnessing rather than through demonstrating, through the direct encounter that makes dreamers understand how pyramid was built, even if they cannot explain to waking consciousness, cannot prove to skeptical minds, cannot verify to demanding reason the understanding that arrived through dreams, that came through visions, that was delivered by chambers that speak through silence, that teach through dreams, that communicate through the experiences they generate in sleeping consciousness. Other dreamers report visions of pyramid's purpose. Understand functions that conventional interpretations miss. Recognize capabilities that ordinary archaeology does not acknowledge. Comprehend that pyramid is not just tomb, not just monument, not just memorial, but is instrument, is tool, is device designed to accomplish purposes that visions reveal, that dreams explain, that chamber-generated experiences make clear through immersing dreamers in simulations of pyramid's operation, in demonstrations of its capabilities, in experiences of what it does when it does what it was designed to do, making dreamers understand that monument is more than stone, that structure is more than architecture, that pyramid is functioning device that continues operating, that remains active, that accomplishes purposes that these dreams reveal, that these visions explain, that these chamber experiences demonstrate to sleeping consciousness that wakes understanding what pyramid does, what it accomplishes, what purposes it serves that are not the purposes that conventional interpretation assigns, that ordinary understanding assumes, that public knowledge describes because public knowledge is incomplete. Conventional interpretation is insufficient. Ordinary understanding misses what dreams reveal, what visions show, what chamber-generated experiences demonstrate about pyramid, about its purposes, about what it continues doing through mechanisms that remain active, that continue functioning, that accomplish what they accomplish, whether anyone understands or not, whether archaeology acknowledges or not, whether conventional wisdom accepts or not the purposes that chamber dreams reveal, that space visions demonstrate, that architecture teachings convey to sleeping consciousness that wakes transformed, understanding changed, awareness altered by dreams that came from chambers, from spaces, from the architecture that speaks through silence, that teaches through dreams, that communicates what it communicates through visions that arrive when sleep arrives in chambers where silence speaks, where dreams teach, where the pyramid delivers its messages not to waking minds, but to sleeping awareness in the visions that come, that instruct, that transform all who sleep in chambers where dreams are not personal, but are spatial, not individual, but are collective, not psychological, but are architectural, not private productions, but are chamber productions, not unique experiences, but are shared experiences that all sleepers encounter, all dreamers receive, all who spend nights in these spaces experience when sleep comes, and the chambers begin their work of generating dreams, of producing visions, of speaking through silence to sleeping consciousness in the pyramid where dreams teach, where visions transform, where silence speaks to those who sleep, who dream, who allow chambers to deliver what chambers deliver: the visions, the teachings, the understanding that arrives through dreams that are products of spaces, creations of architecture, messages from pyramid itself, speaking through silence to sleeping consciousness in chambers where dreams are generated, where visions are produced, where the pyramid teaches through silence that speaks, through dreams that instruct, through visions that transform in the chambers where sleepers dream, where dreamers learn, where the pyramid communicates through the silence that speaks in dreams. And so our exploration concludes. Our descent through the pyramid's hidden chambers completes itself not with answers, but with deeper questions, not with explanations, but with expanded mystery, not with the satisfaction of understanding, but with the beauty of not understanding, of remaining curious, of accepting that some mysteries are more valuable unsolved than solved, more meaningful as questions than as answers, more precious as wonder than as knowledge. Tonight you've descended past where ropes reach. You've encountered the architect who left no name. You've stood in chambers where stars are inverted and where texts read backwards through time. You've felt stones that resonate beyond hearing and witnessed shadows that defy the sun. You've approached entrances that appear only at midnight and looked into sarcophagi that hold nothing. You've followed shafts that lead nowhere and watched water flow upward. You've glimpsed languages carved in dimensions you cannot see and received dreams that chambers generate in silence that speaks. What does it all mean? Perhaps that is not the question to ask. Perhaps meaning is not the goal. Perhaps these mysteries exist not to be solved, but to be experienced, not to be explained, but to be wondered about, not to be reduced to answers, but to be preserved as questions that keep consciousness curious, that keep awareness open, that keep understanding humble before the vast territories of what we do not know, what we cannot explain, what remains mysterious despite our tools, despite our methods, despite our confidence that everything can be measured, can be analyzed, can be made comprehensible if only we apply sufficient intelligence, sufficient technology, sufficient determination to the work of understanding. But perhaps some things are meant to remain beyond understanding. Perhaps some mysteries serve purposes that solutions would destroy. Perhaps the pyramid's true gift is not knowledge, but wonder, not answers, but questions, not the satisfaction of comprehension, but the humility of acknowledging that we do not comprehend, cannot comprehend, may never comprehend what this monument is, what it does, what purposes it serves in depths that descend beyond where we have followed tonight, in chambers that remain unexplored, in territories that wait still for explorers willing to descend, willing to question, willing to accept that descent may never reach bottom, that exploration may never complete, that understanding may never arrive at the final answer, because there is no final answer, no ultimate explanation, no complete understanding of monuments that were built to be mysterious, that were designed to provoke wonder, that were constructed to remain forever partially unknown, partially unexplained, partially beyond the reach of complete comprehension. Let this mystery carry you now into sleep. Let these questions dissolve into the deeper questions that dreams ask. Let the wonder that you felt tonight become the current that carries you into rest, into darkness, into the territories where consciousness goes when consciousness releases its need to know, its need to understand, its need to make everything comprehensible, and allows, instead, the peace of not knowing, the rest of accepting mystery, the sleep that comes when we stop trying to solve and start allowing ourselves to simply wonder, to simply appreciate, to simply rest in the presence of what we cannot explain, but which we can experience, which we can witness, which we can allow to be mysterious while we ourselves become quiet, become still, become the sleeping consciousness that requires no answers, that asks no questions, that simply rests in the darkness that holds all mysteries, that preserves all wonders, that keeps safe what should remain unknown while we sleep. The pyramid stands above you still in your imagination. The chambers extend below still in your mind's eye. And the mysteries, they persist, patient and eternal, in the darkness that has held them for millennia, and which will hold them still tomorrow, when you wake, if you want to return, if you wish to explore again, if the wonder calls you back to descend once more into the territories beneath the pyramid's shadow, where mysteries wait, where questions persist, where the monuments of the ancient world continue their patient work of keeping us curious, keeping us humble, keeping us aware that reality extends far beyond what we understand, far deeper than what we know, far more mysterious than we can ever fully comprehend. Sleep now. Let the pyramid recede. Let the chambers fade. Let the mysteries dissolve into the larger mystery of consciousness itself, descending into sleep, into rest. into the darkness that asks nothing, explains nothing, simply holds you gently as you drift, as you descend, as you allow yourself to be carried into the territories where all questions cease, where all wondering quiets, where mystery itself becomes simply the darkness that holds you, that keeps you, that allows you to rest. The exploration ends, the mystery remains, and you can rest now in the knowledge that you don't need to know. That mystery is gift rather than problem. That wonder is destination rather than obstacle in the darkness, beneath the pyramid where you rest now, where you sleep now, where consciousness goes when consciousness releases its need to understand and allows itself simply to be, to rest, to sleep in the profound silence that speaks in dreams, in the deep darkness that holds all mysteries, in the eternal quiet that preserves what we explored tonight, and which will preserve it still tomorrow, still forever, still waiting in the chambers beneath the pyramid's shadow. Good night. Sleep deeply. Dream well. Let the pyramid keep its secrets. Let the mysteries remain mysterious. And let yourself be carried gently into the darkness that knows no questions, that requires no answers, that simply holds you as you sleep, as you rest, as you drift into the profound peace that comes when exploration ends and sleep begins in the silence beneath the pyramid, in the darkness below the monument, in the quiet where all mysteries rest, and where you rest now too. Gently, peacefully, into sleep. The pyramid waits above. The mysteries wait below. And you wait nowhere, held by nothing except the gentle darkness, the patient silence, the eternal quiet that is sleep. Rest now.